I'm sorry I'm here for someone else, but it's good to see your face, and I really hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. I'm sorry I'm here for someone else. I wish that I could stay and talk at the bar all by ourselves, but I'm here for someone else.
What up, Patrick? What up, everybody? How's it going? It's your boy Blaqksheep from New York. What's good with you all? How are you doing? It's fucking one hell of a great morning. We got up pretty early to do gaming today before work, and yeah, let us start up some of the Division 2, alright? Yep. Okay. Where we at? Great. Came and say hey.
Unsafe area detected.
Priority objective available, Agent.
I'll trade any.
Agent requesting backup.
Yeah. What up? How's it going? Yeah, no, thank you. I'm good on that, dude. That's not what we do here. Yeah. Hey, welcome, cat. How you doing? Get your fucking get your ass out of here. We don't need your shit. You know, they were talking about how Twitch has a botting problem, and obviously this fucking fake name guy is yeah. See, I wish I could just be like, uh, trying to buy shrimp soon. Buy that shrimp. Buy the shrimp. Chat. Yeah, I couldn't see what the fuck that was. Get banned. Elite, how's it going? We are doing a morning stream. feel like I shouldn't just get rid of this big show. So I'm getting like random like name high ends. It does do the most amount of damage. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of it. Like I like it, but it needs so much more. Am I awake? I'm pretty awake. I'm pretty awake. Pretty extras though extras. Bonuses, any bonus. Oh, nothing good enough. Yeah, we're good. We're chilled. Trying to find items in this game. Umbra initiative. Have sudden movements. See, I like the critical hit chance of this. Interesting. From the shadows into light. I want to make sure, like, I read this. Taking 10 stacks. 50 each stack will give you 1.2% critical damage increase. But it does not while shooting from cover. While out of cover, it reduces 2 stacks per second and normal speed. Up to 50 each. 10 stacks per second. Okay. That makes zero fucking sense. But okay. Fucking what? Concentrated company. Some seconds marked on every dice have been. Let me see. Mark some places. Alright. This, since we're done sort of reading that shit. Alright. Which direction do we go in? Yeah, I've been breaking these down too. Is this game worth buying? Yeah, it's on sale right now. I would consider it as a good buy. I definitely consider this a definite good buy.
Can't you see this is delicate work?
Highly recommend it. 100% do take a look into it. know? Yeah, I absolutely recommend that you take a look. And if you get this game, by the way, come play with me. There you go. The easiest way to be like, hey, you got someone to play with. In the game. In the game.
I'm gooning.
I will say this though, the game is quite quiet. Carrying a body bag with me. I don't need to carry a body bag. I got a minigun. I don't make body bags. I make chunks.
Portable electronic device detected.
Hey man, what are you doing? Right this second. With these strays, you got a thing for firemen? They seem like decent people in a bad situation. There's a lot of decent people in bad situations on this fucking island. We're gonna give them an armed escort too? Maybe, if I decide they deserve one. I don't get a say in this. No, you don't.
A hostile control point detected.
I hear bad guys. I can't see bad guys. We're no longer doing auto vaulting with the parkour. Hey. Graphics controls. Yeah. Parkour. Good job. Yeah, so let me know if you got it. If you got this game, I'm definitely down to play. Hell yeah! Fuck yeah, let's go. I got the Ultimate Edition too. Definitely worth the advancement, you know what I mean?
Portable device detected.
Definitely worth it. Yeah. Pretty dope. Instead of fucking accidentally auto running into pulling up fucking my character's body over everything
Tendencies for
finally.
fixation and obsession. Well, that's exactly what we wanted.
Yeah, it's a good looter
Gets
too,
obsessed
so.
with the target and goes after them regardless of the collateral.
Or she will just commit to the mission. Fixation and obsession can be a good thing.
You just like her because she's a techie.
Hey, we need people who are willing to think outside of the box. And we need more people that can fix our shit when it breaks. She's resourceful.
And obsessive.
The program will guide her in the right direction and give her the right focus. She's smart, capable, and fucking brilliant.
We can't depend on continuous training for these people to qualify. We need to have a standard from the get-go. What if they're activated tomorrow? Would you be comfortable having Conley out there?
I would. No question.
All right. I'll put her on for the next phase.
Hostile control point identified.
I needed that. I took that. Didn't want it. Didn't want it. Yeah, this is on sale. Anybody that's interested in this game. If you actually do want this game or have been trying to get into it, I highly recommend that you do it. You can to scrape together even just $3 to get it. You know, scrape together the $3. Well, currently $3. That's the deluxe edition. $14 is the deluxe edition. $3 is for the regular edition. Currently. Sell some of the items I got too.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Also, the way to invite people into the game is weird. And they're working on crossplay a little more than what they have already going for them. It's supposed to, like, their next update is going to Tizer, yo, how you been? What's new?
Fuck off.
Get off the car. What's new, man? How you been?
Hostile broadcast detected.
Yeah, come join me. Yeah, fuck yeah, come on. Absolutely, I always invite have people join. Come on, jump on in, and we're gonna fuck some shit up.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Mine is Blaqksheep _TTV. Let me go like this. There you go. Add me. I'm in to go. Got 3 hours to install. Internet sucks long right now. Oh my lord. What? Awesome. Give you 2 seconds. Yeah, I got you. I got you. I'm going
Hostile
to.
broadcast picked up.
Well, I think I'm gonna go steal some weed. I'm gonna go steal some weed from my dad. I'll be back. Give me 1 minute, everybody. Alright, give me 1 minute.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Jesus Christ, my stomach. Ugh. Yeah, so I'm constantly trying to get up in the morning. So if you guys
Hostile broadcast picked up.
ever see me on in the morning, just know it's a good day. You added me. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I actually be enjoying this game quite a bit. Yo, Tizer, I've been using your. I still got, yo, bro. I got fucking your tracks still. Check this out. Still on that lot. Ready? We'll throw a little bit while I do this. We'll throw it up. Yeah, dude. Look, I got your stuff on lock still. As long as they're not like remixes. It's like I got fucking I got unfortunately fucking copyright claimed by one of the artists that Spacey Boy, you know, uses as a remix. By the way, everybody, this is Tizer. Tizer made this track. Go check them out on SoundCloud, alright? He's actually the guild leader of my Elite Dangerous clan. And United Trade Alliance. Mita, for short. By the way, I keep randomly getting people that are interested in that game, in Elite Dangerous, so every time I do, I randomly, will try to get them into the guild. I still do that. I know it's been a little bit, so, but I'm still building my little, base hub. That's funny. That's actually it's funny. Yeah, definitely send me some of your music. I'd love to freshen it up a bit too. That is for sure.
Hostile broadcast
Alright.
detected.
Well, on the Ubi side, Hold on a second. Fuck yeah. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. We're gonna need something updated. A little updated on this one. Alright. Alright. Yeah, we got Tyler. Edit as a friend. Yeah, buddy, I like that shit. Yeah, I like it.
Can't stop this mission. Bars with clockwise, work mad like I'm dancing with tension. Bars with word in my lyrics, I've blurred the dimension. Bars with clockwise, 125 and I move with the friction. Bars can't stop this mission. Bars with clockwise, work mad like I'm dancing with tension. Bars word in my lyrics, I've blurred the dimension. Bars with clockwise, 125 and I move with the friction. Bars can't stop this mission. Bars with clockwise, work mad like I'm dancing with tension. And I move with the friction. Can't stop this mission. Hey, work like I'm dancing with tension.
Gonna hit them with the. My goy beam is gone. My goy beam is gone. Hold on, I gotta reinstate my goy beam. For some reason, it's gone. The goy is gone. It's pretty dope. Yeah. Hell yeah. Nice. Yeah, I'll jump into actually, you know what? Here, I'm gonna give you an invite to the Lights. There you go. If you want to come and hang out. Finally I got my goy beam back.
Civilians in distress.
That's the goy beam. Yep. Don't shoot at the people on two legs. There's gonna be a game that's where you're a chicken. They all dead. Right up. Yeah, I'm gonna throw up some gang signs. Gang signs. Dude. Yeah. Let's open this real quick. Gonna hit it with the
Hostile control point detected.
There you go. And I'll keep following up on you. We're arriving with the Goy Beam and the Goy Dog.
And now that disease has become a reality, we have handed our lives over to Isaac. An unfeeling tech that decides who lives or dies. I don't trust him, and neither should you.
I enjoy this combo.
Override required. Progress resumed.
Oh, you dropped the grenade there, buddy.
Override required.
Hell yeah. Why is this bitch red? Yeah, I got the New York part 2. That shit's like, that shit is pretty dope. I love the fact that they brought the first one back in to a point. Got the guy on my left. I got him straight. Okay, are we going? Oh, we're going all the way back to the White House. Okay. Where are you? City of Okay. You know, we could just travel straight to it. But obviously, we had to pick up the fork. We had to pick up the fork in the road. You want to do the mission? You want to do the main mission? You do the main mission if you want. You're going there anyway. See where the main mission is. All right. Oh yeah, I forgot. You could technically hear me through this and not be like waiting 10 minutes to hear me. base of operation.
I've got a visual on some true signs at Raybring House. I saw activity in the courtyard. Couldn't risk my drones alerting them. I need you to check out what's going on.
And then we do it. Let's do it. Are we like running away from the area this was
The theater needs new batteries for its communications.
We're gonna
The
do
European
that.
technology office could be just the place to find them. Head over there and sweep the
Can't
site.
wait. And it's like going a distance away. Okay. It's just showing us two different fucking locations. Which one you want to hear, Ty's there? You want me to talk through the regular mic with you? You want me to talk through which?
Initiating sound sequence. Cymax.
Cool. I'd say you invite to my Discord. Unless you want to like jump into your Discord, it'd be easier in case a couple of my other friends want to jump in. Also, let me give you. Did I already invite you previously to the Discord? I've had to like lock it down. These two random fucking bots. Ooh, I got targeted loot. Targeted! Let's go. So what do you think about this game? Dang it. You think it's that like that? Or okay. Really? Yeah, it's definitely like that. I am fucking.
An agent has disconnected. You have been promoted to group leader. Reconnected.
Yeah. Yeah.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Yeah, you can technically, you're a friend of mine. What a fool. Yeah. Hello. Boy beam. It's very effective. Oh, fuck me. I did not want to hit that. Yeah, I wish they healed themselves or threw plates in without needing to stop. You're all turtled up over there.
Additional hostile contacts.
Yeah. See, this stuff is my favorite right here. That stuff will set them up all day, every day. to last forever, and it fucks me up really bad if I walk into it myself.
Or to take a bullet to the brain. I'm not saying it's easy, but the true sons are willing to make those tough decisions and do what's right for everybody.
Yeah, buddy. Done running.
Hostile broadcast picked up. Access key detected.
We used to fear an all-knowing heartless technology. We wrote stories about the dangers of artificial intelligence. And now that disease has become a reality.
Progress resumed.
Oh. Contact, back contact, or like watching somebody shit happen. Apparently they have night vision. I want thermals. I don't want night vision. Give me fucking thermals. This is why I like this weapon so much. Then fucking kill him wherever I want. I want to sit behind side and poison him. I want to fucking run in front of me, I'm gonna poison him. Maybe I can cover poison them.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Agent, we've had recent reports of hyenas looting the Odia office. There might still be batteries in there. Find a way inside and take a look. The theater needs some for their communications equipment.
Get over there. Got a rocket launcher?
Access key detected.
Oh, she did. Why the fuck do you got a rocket launcher? Got this thing. We're good. Which one do you got? What weaponry do you have as your special? Nice. I got that. Yep. 40 with a 4, whatever the fuck that other rating is. So the yellow bar is 4 and the white bar is 4. Can't pick anything up if I get it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think my guns are good enough yet for that. Or my extras that I have. I don't have anything really unlocked. I have all the I'm starting to unlock shit. So if you want to do side missions and shit like that, we got a side mission over here.
Office could be just the place to find them. Head over there.
Do main missions. Anything that will net us good mission, the good loot. I wouldn't give a fuck. Basically.
There's gardens on the rooftops of an apartment complex. The theater could use them to
Go
produce
over here,
food.
grab some batteries.
Clear out the hyenas, make that area safe again.
And then we'll go from there.
The theater needs new batteries for its communications equipment. And the Odia Technology Office could be just the place to find them.
Running up
Head over there and shoot the site.
Maybe we should do a yeah. It sounds like Randy Savage.
The entrance to the office looks boarded up.
Take a look around, Agent.
Yeah.
There might be another way inside.
Oop. Yeah, he also might have to go see a doctor afterwards. Starting with that Randy Savage as you take a look at. You're training that hard. You may have a bad time coming. That shit might hurt too. You definitely want to go see a doctor after that. That's great. Either were good.
Supply room access unlocked.
I was also looking for SHD caches. Another thing.
Supply room access unlocked.
What the fuck's going on out there? I've told you before, I can't work with these interruptions!
These interruptions are permanent. Killing you.
Whoever you are, get me out of here!
That civilian. That's Vikram Malik, the CTO of Odia. The hyenas must be putting him to work. Get him out of there.
What the fuck is the thing I'm supposed to do? Nice. Oh no. I just opened this thing out. Oh yeah, it's a good area. Get him with the El Ricardo beam. Waiting for them to go through this door, honestly. They stop. He did die.
Buddy is sipping on that ice-cold moron juice, obviously. He blew it from Stupid Town, obviously.
Impressive performance. I'm afraid I can't say the same for
Good boy, Glenn. He's in the room under the table right there. He is a bitch. He got taken
Thank
advantage
you.
of.
The hyenas have been keeping me here to repair their gear.
No, you were hacking.
If you were hoping to find anything useful here,
your gear,
you're out of luck.
Well, the battery packs we came looking for aren't here, but hey, you rescued a civilian, and that's a victory. And who knows? Maybe Malik will be able to help us out somewhere down the line. Let's call this one, Agent. Move out.
We'll see how that goes. Oh yeah, so remember that favor we did for you a little bit ago? So now you gotta pay up. Let's go.
Detected from the control point in proximity.
Supply room. Where is it? Is it supply room? Good. Yeah. Yeah.
Anything you could do to help out, Agent, would be great.
So the division. Good problem. Yeah, what level are you
True
on?
Sons derailed a group of True Sons have taken control of Rayburn House. We can't get a visual on the site,
32?
but we know they're planning something.
Yeah, the dark. Sure. And we could do I'm level 4. That's funny. I'm SHD level 4. I've hit level 40 and then that's HD. Yeah. Hope I just shot that bitch. Alright. Alright, let's think of where what's over here? Where's the main mission? Oh, the main mission. I have side mission, main mission. Main mission. Main mission. They do all of them. I could have completed all this on the main mission. Alrighty. You know what? Fuck. Why not? Something bad. Oh. Which ones do you gotta do? Requisite to that would be all the other main mission that we can do. We could go over them, see what we can pick up. I want to like look for a certain gear set too, so looking for the rigger gear set. Yep. Yeah. Changing the skills target feeling the skill. That might be stupid. Actually. No, I don't think the rigor is the way for me to go anymore. Skill haste, skill duration. Yeah, I don't think it's the way to go anymore. Because that sucks. I did actually like. No, true patriot. Red, white, and blue. You guys who shoot blue, red amplifies damage. White shooting at a repair. The attacking needs power. What the fuck? Once every second. Blue damage dealt. Full flag enemies die under the attack of all 3 divas, creating a 5mm explosion. I like that. That's pretty cool. But I need the skill base stuff. I need the skill added. I like having all this skill benefit. Yeah. Alright, let's go check out you pop one of those missions and we'll head there. I think I'm in your group, right? No, you're in my group now. Alright, hold on. You leader.
Another agent has been promoted to group leader.
Alright. Let's take a look at what we can do, alright? Else? No? My inventory is full again. Let's see. Umbra Initiatives. That's the set that I. What? Quote? I want the quote. High-end armor. Yo, this fucking quote stuff actually reduced threat by 50%. That's actually sick. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, I'll finish it if I want to. Yeah. Put some stuff on the background.
See where we are at on the scale. Let's see. How high up are we now? It's a firecracker? Oh, let me guess.
Right now, we are unaware of any reports of any Americans being hurt, and the Mexican cartels know not to lay a finger on.
Better. What? Come back. Oh.
Hostile broadcast detected. Everybody, thanks for hanging out, picking up the channel and everything. We're just running through Washington, fucking going to Roosevelt Island, doing a mission there. Yeah. Yeah, that's too fun. Yeah, there's a hidden location right over here, by the way, if you didn't know that. Yeah, right over here.
Hostile control point detected.
A bunch of shit here. And if you really want to be special, you go all the way over here. That's just weird. It's showing that this gun is better than others. Fucking think so. It must have been. So yeah, that's a spot right there for you. And put it. Oh. Gotta kill a group of people. I've just been like, yeah, we're just all hanging out in the back of the truck with their boys, and all of a sudden, boom, 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 it's fucking like extremely toxic gas. Just all around you, all of a sudden. Damn, they were not happy with what we did. Shit. Oh shit. Things are moving. Quite a lot. That was a lot of fucking points there. Oh damn. Oh, that's not as bad as I look. Actually, fucking. Yeah, I want to get an exotic. I think we got an exotic. That's the goal. Hopefully, be great.
The entire island is crawling with Black Tusk. Their team's taking samples in the northwest. Your best bet is to head up the west side and intercept them.
There'll be no hiding the gunfire. But with a bit of luck, you can get to the team before they can evac.
Alright, for a minute, let's kill him. As a group. Right in that same situation from before. Yep.
I have eyes on the team collecting samples. They don't look like they're in a hurry.
Good news for us. Who knows what those assets are gonna do with the samples from the development?
You were attacking me, I just noticed that. Oh, that was my homie Loafing Cat in the chat. Yeah, using the Steam avatars. In 1 second. 1 second. Oh yeah. I wanna get my camera back up and running in a second. It's one of the Yo. What up? What settings? I'm fucking completely maxed out, my homie. Yeah. I am fucking absolutely balls to walls with everything on this. I'm running at like 119 to 30 frames. GPU. Astral 5090 liquid cooled overclocked card. It's 7950 X3D. Yeah, I got that shit when it came out. But I sort of went from a non-3D to a 3D. Went from an X to a 3D. X, like it was stupid. Yeah, the 3D had just came out, and I had just bought the X. That shit was so fucking annoying. So I bought like $1,000 in cards in like 2 days or something. I didn't return it. I just kept the X. I could build another thing. No. I played Hightail for like a little bit, and then I got bored of it because it's fucking Minecraft. Yeah. I'd go back to Elite Dangerous before I do anything really right now. I have a few. Yeah, what's Operations gonna do exactly? Yeah? They're trying to, like, do the same thing, what's it called? The name. Star Citizen. Yeah, there you go.
Who did that?
They're trying to do the same thing that Star Citizen did. Yeah, mega ship. Like, so when you say mega ship, what are we talking about? Oh, so like Like a fleet carrier that you can raid. Are those player controlled or fleet or jetpack inside?
System restored.
Can't hide. Can't hide. I can't hide. Why are you, I keep trying to run to a space that I just keep fucking dying behind. What? Why? An NPC. Yeah, the bags that hold the fucking the rope let loose. Yeah, let me get my chat back up actually, because I wanna like be able to see everybody. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Loaf and Cat, if you're on Discord, if Discord cuts your bandwidth down a lot. Yeah, if you're on Discord, and you're downloading stuff, they'll cut your bandwidth like crazy. Alright, I'm gonna hit it with the Goy Beam, alright? The Goy Beam. Yeah, the Goy Beam. Yeah, it's discombobulating. Dust. Yo, and you wanna know the purple stuff is considered?
They're pulling back. Looks like they've left some of their
Boy dust
behind.
Sounds like a great opportunity to destroy those.
Yeah. promised to me 1,000 years ago. Holy shit. The internet, that roughhouse is up. Actually 3 hours. Yeah, I'll distract him, you shoot the dude behind me. Yeah.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I hit that dude with fucking merch. Obviously, we're not using anything like slugs because they die instantly. Right? Right, Kaiser? You know, slugs. A thick metal object moving at a fast rate of speed. And it's bullshit. Want to try to keep people alive. Hell, it's bullshit. I didn't auto, so I'll gauge full of slugs. If you want to know what? I can definitely imagine it. Oh yeah, I forgot. You live in the UK. This is not semi-automatic, this is fully automatic. You want to see a... Here, hold on. Ready? This is legal in the UK. Here, I'll show you. Here, look at my... I'll show you. See? I'll show you what's legal in the United States. Watch my, stream for a minute. This is legal in the UK. This is legal in the UK. Good morning, baby. How you doing? Here, close. Yeah, so this is legal in the UK. So yeah. Dude, yeah. This is a TS12. Still good shotgun. So yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's a Snapcat. So I could just so I could fire it and not worry about the rounds. You know, doing things. I don't need to be part of that that what is it, desk there's a group of people that shoot their desks. they put holes in their desks or some shit, and it's like a group of people that end up doing that. And it's like, I don't want to be part of that statistic. I don't want to be part of that category of people. Teach me how to shoot that. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm gonna teach you how to shoot this. It's really like easy. So yeah. Let me just check that there's a round in there.
contamination containers. Destroyed.
All right. Yeah. So. Boom. Keep that there, but that's legal in the UK. That's 15 plus 1 rounds of full-size shotgun shell ammo. And now imagine you get those mini shells. If you put like I don't know, 15 now, think of like the amount you can add. Like you probably double. I could probably get a 32 round fucking like shotgun like that up with those mini shells. I could probably get like 32 rounds in that goddamn shotgun. Like, ooh, I'm gonna have to do that.
Another dead asshole.
Yeah, there's a group of people that I do not want to end up being a part of. Those are the Death Computers Club or something. I don't fucking know. I don't make the rules. I just know the first rules. Never shoot your desk. Never shoot shit in your house. Never shoot inside your home. Never shoot your home. That's pretty stupid. That dude can do that.
He's moving up. Morgan is flanking me.
Yeah, there's always the shoot inside the home.
Look around him.
System curtailed.
Good need to, well.
System reactivated.
The world is so good and everything, you never need to use. I love watching them go on fire if it looks like they actually are. Oh yeah, watch this. Watch this shit. I'm gonna cheese this helicopter. The yellow dudes didn't die immediately.
One was almost gone.
That was pretty cheesed, right? Apparently. Barely do it. They walked up. That. I'm gonna sneak in here. Walk around out there like an idiot. Oh, got another key for that. I really don't know that. Yo, imagine. Yo, you stay right here. I'm gonna go smoke that enemy real quick. Yeah, I know. Not even from Black Ops 2. It's like a knockoff version. So it's like, what the fuck? I think I can jump back over this high ass fence, but I can't climb onto anything else. Can't, you know, free climb everything.
This Black Tusk team is dug in tight.
Was that it? We'll get in there. Yeah. Uh-oh. Yeah, we cheesed it. Let's fucking abuse them. Physically, mentally. I think that they're really fine, but not.
Serious trauma detected.
Yeah, I've done that probably where I've ran into a place that absolutely like fucked up because of doing that. I've done that before, I think. Yeah, we're not aiming to shoot on the my table.
And it doesn't look friendly.
Way it is. Ain't doing that. You know what? I'll have someone else say it.
You can't do that.
Ow. Oh no, there's a person coming through. Did you say Tango's woke? Or am I hearing shit? Yo. Yo, that would be the funniest thing to hear out of one of these dudes. It's just out of the blue. Tango's woke.
I got
vehicle.
Push back on me. Taking the shot.
Hostiles eliminated.
Looks like the Tusks have loaded the samples into containers for transport.
Stop them, whatever it takes.
That guy's fucking dead.
Black Tusk are packing those samples into containers on the docks.
Don't let them take a goddamn thing off that island.
Creepy. Do we destroy all this shit? No. What are we doing? Okay, chemical. And then what? Like, feed him senselessly? Cripple him? What? Meme? Do we maim him? Why does it look like they were doing like having like a party? There you go. No. Oh, my girl texted.
Serious trauma detected.
That's one less division agent.
Agent incapacitated.
That is funny as fuck. Dude.
Get to the flank.
So how's the brightness settings on your game?
You've got another helo inbound.
Is everything
Looks like they
super
mean
dark?
business.
Gets dark. How do you get it so that it's not extremely dark?
Agent out of action.
It's right there. He's bro. Bro, he killed him in the worst position ever. Wow. Yo, dude, you killed him in the worst pose ever. Like, bro, dude. Like, that's a violation. That's a bio. It's a bio. Okay, I want to check it. Let's go. Oh, this. Damn.
Engaging enemy!
Viral contamination containers destroyed. Viral contamination containers destroyed. Viral contamination containers destroyed.
Is that the biohazard team leader? What the goddamn
Yeah.
samples destroyed and biohazard team neutralized. Mission accomplished.
Run me. Run me. Great. With the room. Yeah. That was fun. That was pretty cool. I want to put shit on the side. Ooh, more Pegasus. We're gonna listen to some flop on
Welcome
the side.
back to a series so shameless. Even Mr. Piker subscribed. In today's video, Hassan is now bringing up Asmon's dead dad in order to get a quick jab for internet points. Pathetic. He claims his dad would be disgusted with him today and that he's just a giant loser. He thinks Asmon pivoted to politics because he was bad at video games and calls him a weak man. Asmon has responded calling Hassan a bitter and hateful person and an overgrown man-child. He points out how Hassan is never happy anymore and is constantly crashing out and miserable.
How can I be okay?
Hassan has been brutally rejected by his upcoming collab. He was supposed to do a stream with ex-CIA whistleblower guy John Kiriakou, and he canceled on Hassan after learning what a toxic piece of shit he is. Hassan is very sad and coping hard, going through the stages of grief on stream. Turns out a random VTuber named Pippa actually warned John about Hassan. Absolute cinema cucked by a VTuber. Hassan starts crashing out and blames his own community for being toxic to everyone and scaring people away. Asmon is loving the instant karma. Subscribe or I roar.
Absolutely.
I know, real scary
if
stuff.
I was to like stop using this fucking I just watched
now
you
let's
like
begin. Right, welcome back everybody. Good
Yeah,
old
the
Diddy
action
Piker
sucks,
back at it again. This
It's
time,
like-
apparently, he
it's like
decided
this,
to
like,
bring up
bro.
Asmon's dead dad in internet
Oh, yeah.
arguments. Just a great guy, you know, really representing the side of good here. Real classy. Now, quick context, there was a terrorist attack in New York City where two guys threw a homemade bomb inspired by ISIS or something, and the mayor, Zoran
stop over
Mamdani,
here.
was talking about it. Now, Asmon didn't like his coverage and was talking shit, and it seems that,
yes.
along with some
Yeah,
other
it was,
things,
at
prompted
least I-
Hassan's response. Hassan goes off on Asmongold, thinks his dad would be disgusted with him today. Evil, uneducated, friendless loser.
Anything past that. Oh. It's all the same stuff. Let's see. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. We ain't putting shit on the side. I'll keep fucking silent on in the fuck that. We're gonna listen to the game. Get that bitches up. Audio, headphones, fucking shit's good, shit's good. Alright. Alright. Yeah.
In the Capitol building. It's gonna be a pain if they bet in, so don't let them. Good luck.
I'm not really interested in the record.
An agent has gone offline. You are now group leader.
Alright, cool. Thanks for chilling.
It depends on like my mood, really, or like the style of game. It really depends on a few factors. So what you got? What you got? Let's hear it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I've played Satisfactory. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I've used Satisfactory for a bit. No. No, I did not. I was playing it when it was still being like developed. Yeah. Yeah. But I sure should played it. Mm-hmm. Nice. Yeah. It definitely is. Yeah. No, I feel you. I totally feel you on that, man. I'm trying to find the right uh how should I put it? There's gear pieces that are sets. And I really want to get the right gear set. And I don't know which one would be right for what I'm looking to do. But it's weird because like if you read like the rigor, if you deploy a like skill, right? That interact with your deployed skill grants the skill 25. It's just like using or deploying the skill. Does that mean shooting it? Does that mean like, oh, I don't know. No, I don't think using what I use for skills counts for any of those. I don't think so. I don't think so at all, honestly. Mhm. Yeah. Everyone gets their picture. And then like there's one that does red, white, and blue. Fucking it shoots you hit the dude, right? And it stacks red, white, and blue, and then like the flag kills them. What? It's just like what? It's just like what is that? America. Like I love it, but what? Here. Yeah, this is it. This is the true patriot. It's called the true patriot. It's fucking great. Like what the fuck? I and then full flag. Enemies that die while under effect all 3 debuffs. Create a 5mm explosion. Dealing damage to the total of their health and armor. Named enemy. Ah. So named enemy deaths, the explosions damages. Ugh. Enter assembly. Yeah, so
You are no longer in a group.
for each ally agent that is within you. So within range. I don't like things that force you to have other people within the group with you. That type of shit sucks. But like I really don't know if I maybe should like change my gear I feel like I'm just gonna leave it as is for the time being. Oh, there's stick bombs. So I have chemicals right now.
Yeah.
What do you play as? A firewall? Cyber? You're a class. Really? No, you need to know. You need to know what you can do. That's pretty dope. That was pretty dope. You need to know what you can build and shit, man. Damn. Let's get the Secret Service weapon skin. That bitch on there. I don't have anything exclusively to the United States. Oh yeah, that was awesome. I wish I could think like this would. Oh, a tozy. I like a tozy. I don't know if anyone else likes a tozy. I like.
This high school prank just ended their teacher's life, and I can't believe how sad all this really is.
Tonight, a community mourns the loss of a 40-year-old teacher and coach. Jason Hughes died Friday night after the Hall County Sheriff's Office says he was hit by a car. Now teens face charges related to his death.
Like, there is no way, dude. How many times are we gonna sit here like, it was just a prank, bro? Because unfortunately, this time, that excuse comes with consequences nobody can undo. So here's the confirmed timeline, because as of right now, there's a whole lot of questions here. How did this happen? That's the main thing. So the night of Friday, March 6th, 5 18-year-old students went to the home of their high school math teacher in Gainesville, Florida. And their big plan here was to throw a high school prank. So they rolled up to the house and started toilet papering the trees in his yard. So basically, they were rolling someone's house. Before you used to call it TPing, I guess now the new term for it is rolling. According to investigators, the students were finishing up and heading back to their vehicles when Hughes came outside. So authorities say the students ran into two separate vehicles to leave. And in a rush, and because it had just rained, it was slick. So Hughes, the high school math teacher, He slipped and fell into the roadway. And when he did that, one of the vehicles, a pickup truck, which was driven by the 18-year-old Jaden Ryan Wallace, ran him over while leaving the scene. The group reportedly immediately stopped and then tried to help him until emergency responders arrived, but Hughes was taken to the hospital and didn't survive the incident. So obviously there's no public video footage yet, so I'm going off of investigator reports. So suddenly what was supposed to be a dumb late night prank that massively inconveniences the teacher turned into a life-ending moment, something extremely serious. It's so sad.
Bouquets of flowers piling up to remember 40-year-old Jason Hughes, a husband, father, teacher, coach, and mentor for students here in Hall County. Olivia Williams, a sophomore at North Hall High School, stopped by on Saturday night to show her support.
Whenever somebody would need help or something, he would always make great conversation. He always had the best smile on his face, and he just seemed like such a friendly guy.
I mean, obviously, rolling someone's house or TPing someone's house, it isn't really a recent challenge that showed up last year. It's been around for decades. It has become more popular now with, you know, social medias, like posting these highlights of it, because, I mean, it didn't take long for me to find a whole bunch of viral videos covering the aftermath of, I guess, high school students TPing homes. But still, this has been an American culture thing, especially, you know, in Halloween movies and so on and so on. This has been a part of our culture for a long time. So this isn't a new thing, and this isn't really social media's fault. Regardless, this is a tragic outcome from a pretty dumb prank. Because traditionally, the way this ends is someone wakes up the next morning, they look at their house, and they go, oh. And then either you have a few hours of cleanup or you have to pay a couple $100s to some crew to clean it up for you. It sucks, but it's definitely not supposed to end like this, because this sucks infinitely more. But regardless, if you open TikTok right now, you could probably find thousands of videos of people doing the exact same thing.
Hey, I see you! I'm calling the police! We did this! Who are you? What? Hey!
So as I mentioned earlier, this legacy prank has kind of become this trend on social media as well. I mean, you even had Jack Doherty doing it back in the day.
Guys, I TP'd my house for a YouTube video. There was like a bunch right here. I put it all in the trash, and there's some inside. And yeah, my mom freaked out at me.
So I guess he was trying to run up to the car to stop them, and they saw he was running towards them in the cars. So they...
I'm not sure that I do. It's just all of this feels harder than it should. Like there's something pushing back against everything we're doing. You sit in the big office. There's always going to be people pushing back reflexively on anything you do. You know I've got your back. And so does the country.
Oh, that's so weird.
So worry less about the hypothetical crises, and let's deal with the real one we've got facing us right now.
Electronic device detected. Portable electronic device detected.
That's weird. That's weird.
Agent, we need you back in New York. Cleaners in Brooklyn. We need reinforcements.
Agent, we got a distress call from an Agent Hoskins. Bell is ready to take you to Brooklyn.
Portable device detected.
Fringe Nebula.
The Black Tusk have taken over the Space Administration headquarters building.
We're
We have
going
to assume
over
they're
it.
attempting to interfere with...
It's time to fuck with some. Oh no, that's not.
They were just trying to drive away quickly. And, you know, he slipped in front of the car, and the car probably already had momentum and inevitably ran over him. This is just so tragic. And I guess one could say that, like, you know, what used to be, you know, classic trends or pranks are now becoming infinitely more dangerous on TikTok. Like, you know, the ding dong ditch prank that we've been covering recently, where the new TikTok variation of it is running up and drop kicking the door, but you do it with a whole bunch of friends. So you take turns, so, you know, for the person inside the house, it sounds like their front door's about to get smashed into. But in this case, I mean, the prank wasn't really altered. It was just the fact that they were so desperate to escape, they completely disregarded the life of their teacher. But in the case of the doorbell prank, that actually led to 2 teenagers being arrested and unfortunately 1 teenager losing his life.
Tonight, an arrest for murder in Virginia after teens tell authorities an age-old childhood prank, the ding-dong hit, turned deadly. A high school senior shot to death while doing the stunt, his friends say, for a TikTok video. Now the homeowner, Tyler Chase Butler, arrested and accused of second-degree murder.
Yeah, I mean, back to this current story before I get too off topic. I do want to talk about Jason Hughes and the actual case. Because at the center of all this, we have a 48-year-old teacher who spent his career working with the exact kind of students who got this prank. Jason Hughes was a math teacher and golf coach at North Hall High School in Hall County, Georgia. And by the reports I've been reading, he was the kind of teacher students actually liked having around. The school district described him as a passionate teacher and coach who was loved and respected by students.
Killed myself. I'm stuck in the wall.
Marketing class, Hughes explained exactly why he loved teaching. He said, "I love investing in the next generation and having an influence on them." So it seems like it's putting it lightly to say he was a good guy. He seemed like he dedicated his life to something he cared about. And according to his family, Hughes actually knew the prank was coming. So when he's the kind of teacher, he's light enough to be in the know about this kind of stuff. His wife later explained that he was excited and waiting to catch them in the act. That just makes it so much more sad. So in other words, apparently this wasn't some angry confrontation where the teacher stormed outside to yell at a bunch of teenagers. From everything that we know, he was probably planning to bust them, laugh about it, and maybe give them a hard time the next day at school. But because the ground was wet from rain, he slipped. In a matter of seconds, a situation that started as a dumb high school prank turned into something nobody involved could ever take back. And what makes this next part of the story even more surprising is what Hughes' family asked for after all this happened. So the driver of the pickup truck, 18-year-old Jane Ryden Wallace, he was later charged with first-degree vehicular homicide, along with reckless driving, criminal trespassing, and littering on private property. The 4 other students who were there, Elijah Tate Owens, Aiden Hucks, Anna Catherine Luke, and Aria were also charged with criminal trespassing and littering. According to investigators, the group stopped and attempted help after the incident until emergency responders arrived. But while the legal process was starting to move forward, Hughes' family stepped in, and instead of calling for punishment for demanding accountability, his wife said that she wanted the charges against the students to be dropped. And a statement explained that Hughes knew the prank was coming, and had actually been looking forward to catching the students in the act. And he said, "This is a terrible tragedy, and our family is determined to prevent a separate tragedy from occurring, ruining the lives of these students." This would be counter to Jason's lifelong dedication of investing in the lives of these children. And Jason's wife is Laura Hughes, and she's also a teacher at the same high school. So I guess it's clear to say that they both are dedicated to the students. And Laura is carrying that on. That is a lot of forgiveness. And what if
immediate medical assistance needed?
It's so sad. This entire story is just so heartbreaking because even after losing someone that she loved, she's still thinking about the students involved in what happened. But whether those charges actually get dropped is something that's still in the air. So now, even though the family has asked for the charges to be dropped, that decision isn't really up to them. Though Laura's statements could lead to leniency. Because in cases like this, the final call belongs to the district attorneys and the courts. And right now, the case is still under investigation. But what we do know is Wallace's bond was set to $1,950, and all 5 students have been released from bond. So the district attorney, Barrow, said that it's too early in the process to comment, which usually means prosecutors are still reviewing what happened and deciding how they want to proceed. But if the charges do move forward, the consequences can be extremely serious, especially for the trial. Obviously, the most serious charge here is first-degree homicide, which in Georgia is a felony offense, and if someone is convicted of that charge, it can carry multiple years in prison. The other 4 students involved are currently charged with criminal trespassing and littering, which are significantly lesser charges than what the drivers are, obviously for good reasons. But I mean, it's so hard to judge this case without seeing what happened. But I mean, if the wife of the teacher thought this was all an accident, it's probably not. Because I mean, there's just no incentive for her to lie here. By the way, I mean, this entire situation seems an awful place. A teacher's life is lost. You have 5 teenagers now facing criminal charges, and the family of the person at the center of all this is asking for grace instead of punishment, which is not something you see very often in cases like this. I guess what started as a dumb prank that honestly people have been pulling for decades ended with a teacher who spent his life investing in students suddenly gone. And what's really sticking with me here is the quote of him saying that he loves investing in the next generation and having an influence on them. And now, even after everything that's happened, his family is still trying to protect those same students, which honestly tells you a lot about the person this guy must have been. If you guys do want to support Jason's family, I did put a GoFundMe down in the description down below. I do want to offer my deepest condolences to that family. This is honestly a way rougher video than the normal videos I cover. So I'll see you guys next time.
let's take I think.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh, let's go check that out. Faster is like really good. Yeah, no. So is that like you do the mission? You got
I can see them. Amber, on the way. I'll get you for that, asshole. Tango sighted. Watch that grenade. Right on. Grenade.
Listen, Sarah. Do you have a moment?
Of course.
I wanted to personally let you know that I'm leaving for DC in a couple of hours.
That's risky.
I'm pretty sure it'll be quite safe.
When are you back?
Hard to say.
Wow.
Yeah, but I'm thinking of putting you in charge of things here. If you think you're up for it.
Wow. Of course.
Good. That's good. In that case, I'll need to go over some things with you, one-on-one.
Sure. Okay.
It's hard to guarantee privacy in my office.
We can do reporters.
Good idea.
Enemy is moving up.
Forward ahead.
Serious trauma detected.
God damn it.
Agent killed.
I watched somebody spawn out of nowhere. I'm not even joking. I watched somebody spawn out of nowhere on that. Like, this game has definitely got some jankiness to it. I can definitely not unsee what I saw. Like killed most. That basically is what I do most of the time. Let's see. Increase you and your allies' total weapon and skill damage by 15% at 4. You repair an ally, you and your allies within 5 meters. You are also repaired for 60% of that. Right. Okay. Okay. I see what it is. Go.
The Black Tusk are attacking the satellite dishes. Agent, take them out.
Satellite dish, C.
Oh.
Satellite dish, C. Under attack. Valid uplink detected.
Shit. Black Tusk is trying to interface with Division satellites. They're accessing the network from a terminal in the R&D room downstairs. Get down there and stop them.
Are you pleased that the now dead Ayatollah Khomeini, the older Khomeini, is no longer ruling Iran?
It's a good question. I don't take pleasure in killing anyone. I don't think you should.
You should. You absolutely should take pleasure in killing certain people. What about child rapists? What about people that are mass murderers? You absolutely should take pleasure in killing certain people. This is the type of, like, Marvel Comics level morality that destroys societies. You absolutely should. Like, this isn't even a question. Like, duh.
Legally killed the leader, a foreign leader of a nation.
What is this?
It's a good question. I don't take pleasure in killing anyone. I don't think you should have illegally killed.
Illegally kill him? Well, what if it was illegal? Like, why does it even matter if it's legal?
The leader, a foreign leader of a nation.
Why? Why? What is the reason why?
So, by the way, a spiritual leader to millions of Shia Muslims around the world.
Good. Your religion's dead.
He wasn't my spiritual leader, but he's a spiritual leader to many people I know. And that's a reality. I know people watching at home, non-Muslims, they kind of scratch their heads and say, well, you know, he's a tyrant in a foreign country. But that is the reality. He wasn't just a political ruler. He was a spiritual ruler. And to kill him, to assassinate him on day one of the war, will have insane consequences. Because I hope I'm not back on the show.
This guy
in
is
a year,
a traitor.
saying to peers, do you remember when I told you that killing Khomeini will have a backlash? There will be terrorism. There will be revenge attacks.
I don't see how this is an excuse to not kill Khomeini. If anything, this is an excuse to go even harder on them. If what he's saying is that they have a leader, and this leader encourages and promotes and funds terrorism all across the entire world, but if you attack them, then they're going to completely counter. My response to that would be then we should get rid of every single one of the people that does that exists. Any single person who's part of any organization that thinks they are aligned with a leader that is a mass murderer should be exterminated. It's not even a question. They literally are the same people. Well, not literally, but basically are the same people. It's nuts. Like, how do we not come to that conclusion immediately?
I hope that doesn't happen. But it could happen. It might likely happen. U.S. intelligence is suggesting it might happen. The blowback from killing a foreign state, killing an Ayatollah, a religious leader in this way, in this blasé way. By the way, they also killed the people he wanted to succeed. Khamenei, they're so incompetent. Trump now they accidentally also killed the people they wanted to be their Delcy Rodriguez in Iran. I didn't hear this. I'm never going to support assassinating foreign leaders, killing foreign leaders. You know, Colonel Gaddafi was raped and murdered on the side of a street in Libya. Is Libya better off without him? Well, A, not sure about that. B,
I don't think we should have killed Gaddafi either. I thought Gaddafi was great.
Obviously, I don't shed any tears for Gaddafi, but that is not what you do. I'm never going to support the killing of anyone outside of the fire.
There may still be a few hostiles,
would you support
head on through to the
Hitler?
R&D room
But
and wrap this one up.
Is like, again, this is like Marvel movie ideology, Marvel movie morality. Obviously, you should support the killing of a person who is a mass murderer. Of course. Hitler's the head of state too? Yeah, exactly. It's just like this ideology is so retarded.
Side of due process.
Kill them, just don't rejoice. Why should you not rejoice? It's a relief for millions around the world that they're not under the thumb of a terrorist. Like, this is performative morality. It's performative, short-sighted morality that's meant to have clicks and different, approval on Twitter. No, this person is awful. They've caused the torture, the terrorism, the fear of millions of people. Yeah, you should be happy that it's over. It's a utopian Marvel mindset. It's embarrassing. Spiritual leader? Well, yeah. I mean, if you have a spiritual ideology that involves... And also, every Shia Muslim doesn't agree with what the Ayatollah does. It's such a intentional misunderstanding.
And, you know, it's for the Iranian people to decide their future. If the Iranian people want to get rid of Khamenei, it was up to the Iranian people, not up to Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump. And by the way, what a great regime change war this is. They replaced Ayatollah Khamenei with Ayatollah Khamenei. That's real regime change war. His son, apparently, is more hardline, we're told, than his father. And why wouldn't he be? They just killed his mum, his dad, I think his wife as well, his sister. It's not a guy who's going to do a deal anytime soon to roll over for Donald Trump. So, good change war, man.
Until they find somebody that gets a deal, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious.
It's a disaster. And legally and morally, no, you can't just kill people you don't like. Am I going to support?
Yeah, you absolutely.
Absolutely.
Like, what are you talking about?
Absolutely doing the same shit all over the world.
Why not?
They constantly know it. Instead of having them do it,
this is the Marvel movie mentality.
Where they do
Why
it.
aren't you saying
Can't let fucking go lay down in the dead.
You can't just kill people
Go help
that
them
you don't
out,
like to
actually.
the
You know what?
IRGC.
Go over there and
guess
help
what?
them out.
I wonder
against
in the
us.
last year, who's killed more Iranians? America or the IRGC? Israel or the IRGC? It's obvious. This guy is running more defense for Muslim terrorism. This is what he does. He's been doing this for years. I don't know why people keep having him on the show. He will always fall off on the side of defending Muslim terrorism. He does it every single time. That's it. Iranian people should march in a literal machine gun fire and die pointlessly and fail to overtake a country that oppresses them. That's because he doesn't want them to do that. He probably stand by them, but he can't say that publicly. So
running out of time on those satellites. Reposition them before it's too late.
Where was your outrage for the months that the Iranian government was killing its own people? You don't actually believe any of the stuff that you're saying.
I don't understand what Netanyahu is. Maybe you've noticed that for the last 2 years.
Oh my God.
I don't support anyone assassinating.
Yeah, but I think that if somebody ever did assassinate Benjamin Netanyahu, this guy would be probably posting something that, you know, just like said that it was a good thing. That's probably what he would do.
Agent 0.
My actual question, though, is brilliantly deflected.
So apparently, during this debate between Konstantin Kissin and Destiny, he was only seconds away from potentially getting assassinated on the spot. That's insane. We have to talk about this. For those of you that need a refresher, here's the greatest clip in the history of modern debating.
Illegal immigrants are not mass migrating here. The mass migration.
I just told you, more illegal immigrants come here every year now than legal immigrants came here 30 years ago.
I understand that, but if you
So
look
they
at
are mass migrating.
So then, are the legal ones mass migrating, or what is it just
illegal immigrants? Are
They're both mass migrating. Yeah, obviously. Very obvious.
Everything definitionally is unprecedented as you move forward, and
That is my favorite quote in the history of libtards debating. Everything is definitionally unprecedented. That's right. That's me. I'm a leftist. I just pretend that I don't understand what basic words mean in order to win debates. That's right. Modern leftist discourse is just making believe you don't understand things. Discourse is possible. Everything is unprecedented.
years. That we have an unprecedented amount of technology, an unprecedented amount of energy generation, an unprecedented amount of
I think you might be confused by the meaning of the word unprecedented.
Unprecedented is, and it hasn't happened at that level before.
You're
Yeah.
right. So if we have immigration of 20,000 people a year, that wouldn't be unprecedented because we had that before.
But what's the thing that's been frozen in time?
I just explained it to you.
Yes, you laid out a bunch of numbers, and I just explained why
No,
they're
I
contextless and meaningless. But now I'm asking, what is?
They're meaningless numbers because technically all things are unprecedented. That's right. We know that in 1996 there were 20,000 immigrants, and now there's 1.2 million immigrants, which is unprecedented. But technically the word unprecedented means nothing. So therefore there are no issues, there are no problems. These words just don't have meanings, actually.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. What do you think that is not changing in the past 2 years?
Serious trauma
So yeah,
detected.
Going forward, and this little topic is absolutely insane. Apparently, during that debate, that unprecedented debate,
This guy was when you hear what he has to say, you still think how this could have gone. I was laughing.
fucking locked onto his eyes, and he kept like.
We're running out of time on those satellites. Reposition them before it's too late.
I hate the guy. I was just like, I wanted to kill him.
Stuff on the stream.
These are the leftists, by the way. Immigration. I mean, the leftists that are no, don't kill a terrorist dictator, Ayatollah Khomeini. Anyway, we should kill Konstantin Kisin because he's against immigration.
I was just trying to research and understand an opposing view, and I was shocked by some of the things this guy was saying. Keep in mind, this guy was sitting in Konstantin's eye line.
And I think he got distracted by that and didn't pay attention to a single thing. What a fucker.
Yes, it is just talk, but there is something more disturbing beneath the surface here. He's openly talking about wanting to assassinate Konstantin. This could go on. He has a box cutter for X-Acto.
Oh, nice.
Which I should have done. Stanley Blade just fucking sprinted up onto the stage, splash Konstantin in the fucking jugular.
I bet he wants to kill him. You can see the chat. They're all doing the same thing. It seems no one seems to be bothered by this.
Unfortunately, the leftist echo chambers are actually just violent people. That's why the left is so much more violent than the right. Basically, that's insane. Look, man, a lot of people are like, you only don't murder because Sky Daddy told you thou shalt not murder. Well, you murder. That's the difference between us. You can hit me with any random imperative cringe statement you want, but the difference is maybe it's true that the only reason why I don't murder is because God told me thou shalt not murder. But you murder. That's the difference.
Because it has become so common. He knows he can do this. YouTube's not going to do anything.
Sort of prison forever on the one hand. Prison forever on the one hand. And then I should have gone. Then I should have gone. Woe to the hand. I should have gone.
You can say, oh, where was that for? He takes this much farther. Then he.
Yeah, no, that's not wording anything more. Actually telling his audience, small audience, is irrelevant. There are a lot of these guys. This is a Destiny fan. This is a non-Piker fan. This is the Reddit. And then you wonder when you have like some mental person that actually does, try to assassinate someone. Assassinate Charlie Kirk. Are you wondering when there is an act of violence from like one of the crazies of these communities? Like this is the fire that they're playing with. Like this dude is saying it would be worth him going to jail for life if he could scream woke jihad and murder Konstantin Kisin, who, by the way, is like a relatively moderate guy. Great.
Based on what happened in Charlie Kirk, this is what I have learned how to kill conservatives.
This'll help.
I feel like my genuine psychopath thought that I've learned from the Charlie Kirk killing then try to reduce the gore as much as possible so people can't sympathize with the bastard who's getting it. So you'd have to go up.
Oh, it's okay, leftists. You don't need to worry about that. You guys love watching innocent people get killed. In a school, alright, I still saw leftists celebrating. Quite literally, it still shakes me to my core when I think about it. What an unbelievable masked off moment to the entire left. Celebrating the assassination of the father. Some of the craziest shit I think I've ever seen in my life. So yes, when I say this is violent, I mean it. Right again, because they are violent. Quite literally. And in my opinion, it all stems from the fact that they're comes from the fact that they're moral. It's not actually based on some sort of higher power. It's based on whatever the hell they want to do. It comes down to this. Like, crying that Donald Trump killed Ayatollah Khomeini, a terrorist, pedophile, mass killer, but literally fantasy.
Dude. I need some but
What's up, guys? We're here. So unfortunately today we're going over yet another example of cancel culture affecting VTubers, and in this case people are looking at the surrounding circumstances and identifying possibly negligent behavior or even malicious behavior as well. Now the unfortunate target of this recent campaign is a VTuber by the name of Celestium, who is an open Christian, and that fact will be relevant for a good portion of today's video. Now, unfortunately for Celestium, their Twitch channel has been closed for a violation of Twitch's community guidelines, specifically for hateful conduct. And on appeal, a very real human being looked over the situation and upheld the decision, and she is banned for at least another week. Now, Celestium looks familiar to them because we have talked about her before. Recently, she was also where she was booted from a partnership with the plushie company Makeshift, despite the fact that her and her community funded the entire campaign, only to have them turn around and cancel it at the last moment. And in their explanation as to why this happened, they cited unspecified tweets. And as I said in my previous video, in my opinion, the reason why they're unspecified is, well, there's a likely chance that those unspecified tweets reflect her religious beliefs, and they don't want to specify the tweets because it would make them look like they are taking her religion out on her and punishing her for her religious beliefs. It would obviously look really bad for them. Now, all this doesn't really surprise me because that same company got rid of me about a year ago for making edgier content. That was a whole fiasco, but now we're returning to the current situation with Celestium. We have another unfair line of tweet way banned on Twitch in a very vague way once again. This is something she explained.
Probably know that I got 7 days suspension on Twitch for hateful conduct, and that's all I know. Today while I was at work, right before I had another client call, I went to go check on my Twitch because, you know, I usually check every day to see what's going on, and if there's anything I can do better as a streamer. You know, there's a lot behind the scenes that goes on.
World, what up? It's been a while, man. How you been?
That I got suspended. I checked my email, and it looks like I also got an email too. They did not link the VOD. They did not say, they did not quote anything. They just said, you're suspended. Eventually, I came through once the initial shock was over, and I checked my logs because I'm like, well, I don't know what I said. Before, and this is the first time in years of having my Twitch account out of this. Even when the Roblox drama happened, I didn't get suspended. And the VOD from last night was gone without a trace. Now, thankfully, I'm okay, so it's not gone but that stream last night was gone. Well, I not lie. I can pin it on them because they were open to what they did.
Because in the stream, we talked about
Satellites moving back to position,
the
and the
stream
building is
was
clear of
dual
hostiles.
streamed onto YouTube as
Good work,
well,
Agent.
and that wasn't something that was flagged for any sort of behavior. She's not trying to hide anything. It's very, very suspicious, and people, when confronted with a vague ban, start to fill in the gaps. This was simply for hateful behavior with no description added, so did it have something to do with her religious views? Did it have something to do with the topic she covered? Nobody really knows. But all throughout all this, people are focusing, of course, about the fact that she's an open Christian, but also there was a mention of a particular individual. Now, since the last 24 hours, their account has been nuked. this Inuzuka Ray individual who is quite deranged. Now, here is someone who took roughly 35 minutes to scroll through this person's account just to give you a taste of how deranged this individual is, but they were obsessed with Celestium in a very unhealthy and unhinged way, saying this recent as March 8th, I swear to God, if Celestium attacks Ilara, I will make sure Celestium doesn't see Jesus again. A very not so vague threat right there. Also saying that they support cancel culture and even sometimes participate in it too. Celestium does not get to whistleblow at people for what we speak of and what we do, especially when it comes to her little incident in Roblox. So the little incident in Roblox was a time where people approached her in the game and asked about Jesus, and she gave them answers. And people to this day justify anything bad happening to her because of that incident, which I don't think most people have any sort of a problem with. But this individual, who clearly has a hostile attitude towards Celestium, and I'm just scraping the surface of the tweets, by the way, and also supports cancel culture, it probably comes as no surprise that they made this tweet saying, "Heads up, folks, mass report Celestium for hateful conduct. Twitch already hit Maria Grace, another VTuber, with a ban for a week. Let's see if Celestium gets the same thing. If Twitch bans Celestium, that will be the only thing I want to see before my stuff can go back on track." So they're openly calling for a false flag.
We're going to the Manning National Zoo. Let's go.
Conduct, and that was
yeah,
from
Shane's World, welcome.
And they said they already successfully did this against
Hope you're doing well.
Maria Grace, who's also an open Christian. They were banned for 1 week for hateful conduct. Does that sound familiar? Well, that's the exact same thing that happened to Celestium. And the same person who targeted Maria was targeting Celestium. Now, of course, whether it was directly because of this person's efforts or a combination of things, at the end of the day,
get control of the monorail system in order to reach her. The main entrance will be well guarded, but it's the easiest way in, and they won't be expecting company.
For the meantime and in the future as well. A lot of people were rallying behind her, citing this tweet, calling for the mass report on Celestium. Kirsha saying, active calls for brigading are against Twitch TOS. You should look into the suspension. It would be nice to see something actually done when a streamer is targeted on Twitter. You would think this would be so cut and dry. Here's a person saying, let's mass report this individual who's worked before and cites a specific example. You would think, which would look at this and say, yep, okay, we don't have any reason. There's no timestamp, nothing in the initial report of why we banned Celestium. Man, something with the system must have gone wrong. Nope, they're just dead silent. To this day, as of recording this video, it's been days, by the way. Don't worry, we completely hopefully out of the woodwork to celebrate and encourage more of this behavior. We see other people who, by the way, is a pinned tweet saying this. I'll be honest here, my platform are for people of color, LGBT+, and disabled people. That being said, if you don't fall under any of those categories, you can still enjoy my content, but I will not cater to cis, hetero, white, or abled people for their content. Wow. These super progressive people being more offensive than anything you could ever imagine. So it doesn't really surprise me that they react to Celestial ban by saying, reporting her, this is progress. And they'll get 5 likes, 32 comments,
off the top.
6,000 views, only producing 5 likes is already like painful enough. But also this person streams on Twitch, by the way, and telling your audience to mass report another streamer on Twitch is against their TOS. This is blatant TOS violation for harassment. This is actual harassment and hateful conduct, by the way. But the same person was quoting the fiance of Celestium, who said, "We will be praying for you. Hope you're able to overcome all that misled hatred in your heart. God bless you." And Kitten Paws quotes by saying,
I really can't deal with
fucking drama tube bullshit. I wish I had some type of like, I don't know, tech news or something.
Intercepting enemy communications.
We're under attack! It's the division! Everyone! This is it! You know what you need to do.
No.
Serious trauma detected.
Helldiver solo, nearly entire mission was level 9 difficulty, only to be slightly beats travel. Damn!
On that side!
Oh fuck, I killed myself.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Ah!
Agent vital
When
signs
I use
0.
that thing. That's annoying. I like having this, but I think it's about time I change it. Something else. Time to try something now. Let's see how this goes.
Intercepting enemy communications.
We're under attack! It's the division! Everyone! This is it! You know what you need to do.
forgot to turn my camera back on. Give me 1 second, everybody. Holy shit, I completely forgot to turn my camera back on.
You and your B word are supporting ICE, saying horrendous stuff about LGBT plus people, being misogynistic AF. But I'm the hateful one. Actually, you right. I do have a strong and intense hatred of those who advocate against the rights of marginalized groups, especially pygmies. Now, of course, you notice that they provide 0 examples for anything they're claiming, but they also call Celestium a pygmy while responding to her fiance, the person who picked her. Insane. I mean, I hear the same thing all the time. My wife's called a pygmy. Every single time she has an opinion on anything that people don't like, she's called a pygmy. And it's like, no, she's been picked. Don't worry. That label means absolutely nothing, just like every other buzzword and buzz phrase that exists on social media. But of course, this very virtuous person says they don't like anything like that happening. Oh, unless they're the ones doing it. So, this guy Max, who's a black man, would say, yo, Celeste. And in the replies, Kitten Paws would say, oh look, it's our favorite charcoal saltine cracker. Yeah, this is the person who hates seeing minorities being oppressed or any sort of bad behavior towards non-whites. Interesting how they responded to someone with a different opinion. I guess they didn't racist if they saw someone who's supporting Celestial. Very interesting, but when confronted, they say, are you expecting me to deny anything I've said? Because I did say that. However, all you proved is that I don't have a tolerance for pygmies. That's not racism, my dear. Your Honor, I was simply addressing a pygmy, so anything I said cannot be held against me. Totally insane behavior. But yeah, this person's deleted almost every response involving us.
The main control room for the monorail system is further into the park. Looks like the quickest route is through the deep sea exhibit.
Now let's return to the Maria Grace individual, the other Christian VTuber we talked about, who was banned for hateful conduct for a week. She also discovered something that is very disturbing. Okay, so in the replies to Kirsha's tweet, she says, yep, he's also been targeting me as well for defending Celeste, and likely played a part in getting me banned off Twitch as well. He's even gone as far to, most likely, impersonate Celeste on other platforms and say horrific things in an attempt to defame her. It's legitimately disgusting. I pray to God this man repents before he faces Judgment Day and ceases before he catches actual lawsuits. You can see I'm cropping this out for a reason, where the Ray individual says, scrolling casually on Blue Sky, what the? And it's showing a post made by an account with the name Celestium. Spoiler alert, that is not Celestium, okay? That is an impersonator. Now you can see this exchange right here, heavily censored for a good reason, where publicly, back in the first week of March, Ray asks Grok to do a vulgar roast of Maria Grace. They provided this sort of language, and it goes on.
Rainer, where are you?
Then
we just got to the aquarium.
Fucking
finally. Okay, they're probably coming right to you.
A nice warm welcome. Probably set up by this Ray individual. Let's be real. Almost mimicking word for word what was stated in Grok's response, including a very disturbing description. Slanderous description, and really this deviant, degenerate description here kind of lies right in the sort of path of behavior we would expect on this individual. The more disturbing it gets. So this same person, according to the person sharing these tweets back last year, they were referring to creds on their server that needed to do a do not report label on their profile. This is to prevent false reports. And then FBI, basically saying, search this person's hard drive, and they say, I do not consent to a search, and later on say, well, they don't have probable cause, and they say they're a law expert, and that they always clean up their hard drives, and they bought 4 hard drives recently, and also have a VPN software they offer to We're dealing with a very unstable, unwell individual who also might be engaging in, well, these sorts of behaviors, which, if true, yeah, I think a hard drive check is definitely in order. I'm sorry I'm burying the lead late in the video on this one, but this person is absolutely deranged. Again, this is just some screenshots being shared. The account has been nuked, so this is really the only record we have of it right now, but the whole thing is an absolute disaster. Now, the same person about 2 days ago went on to Reddit and made an extensive post where they were saying that Celestium was planning to file a cease and desist order on them, and because of that, they were going to back off for a bit from social media, which of course they didn't do, but they are aware of everything going on, and they're trying to recover some of their following, and they're trying to recover from the damage they've suffered as a result of this whole situation. It's basically a giant mess. And despite the fact that their Twitter account has been banned, they had many alts, and at the end of the day, the job was done. Whether it was in part to this person's efforts or part of something bigger, Celestium's account was in fact banned on Twitch, and she would be trending yesterday. That is a very surreal moment. Congratulations, welcome to the club of trending on Twitter as a VTuber, which typically doesn't mean a whole lot of good things for her. It wasn't a good update. It was good in one sense where people rally behind her, but the premise of it wasn't exactly fun, where Twitch has denied the appeal from Celestium, saying their account was recently suspended for hateful conduct. A member of their team has reviewed their appeal, and after looking into the details of your case, we have determined that your account will remain suspended due to your violation of community guidelines. Notice how there is not a single example of behavior provided. There is no timestamp. There is nothing. There's nothing to even reflect on. You don't even know what you did. And also, Celestia mentioned that she is in the partner application phase right now. She's trying to become a partner. Maybe this brought more attention or made her account sensitive for some reason. Who knows? But this is ridiculous.
I don't want that.
There's no platform that should exist where you can have your access taken away for a week or permanently because of a reason not even provided. You just get a general hateful conduct without an actual example of your behavior. At the very least, you could provide a timestamp. But the VOD is gone. She can't even review Twitch's end of it, but she does have versions that were multi-streamed on other platforms. And from her own review, it's like, it's a usual casual stream. Like, what's the big deal? Who knows? But she would go into this in-depth more on side scrollers. You guys know I go on side scrollers. Celestium does as well, and she talked about this recently. So if you want to get more info about this situation, you can check out one of their latest live streams. But you can see a lot of people saying Hassan told his audience a week ago to buy drones off a Chinese proxy site.
The outcasts must be using it to boost the range of their comms.
Opponents.
Taking that close off
Yeah, you can imagine this argument a lot of like, I'm not the golden boy of Hassan, so I'm going to scramble over by Twitch. Yeah, it's always assistance needed in these scenarios because he's the guy who can literally do what It's a Gundam just described and get nothing. Not even a one-day, nothing. That's totally acceptable behavior, but someone like Celestium gets moved for hateful conduct without a single specific reason. Only terrorist sympathizers, animal users, and groomers go out on Twitch.com. You have Smugglon saying, do you always give no explanation or reason, or is this a special case of we don't care, go F yourself, that you provide VTubers? I mean, it's just beyond that, right? Like, VTubers are already, like, that's like one strike, right? If you're a VTuber, you're going to be very poor treatment to begin with on Twitch. But if you're an open Christian, not a at all. If you're an open Christian, I would say a conservative, but even beyond that, if you're, like, center-leaning, on Twitch, you're already putting another potential strike on yourself. So people like Celestium are easy targets for Twitch, and they don't really seem to care. Legal Mind.
Let's do the legal mindset thing when it comes out. We're gonna listen.
Finger on a single American, and they will pay severe consequences under this president, and they already are.
I listen to this shit.
And U.S. forces
This is my daily
continue
like feed.
dismantling the cartels of that
I
country.
listen to all
Many
this shit.
Americans remain trapped, worried that their U.S. citizenship makes them targets for extortion or other schemes. The last-ditch efforts of criminals whose empires are collapsing all around them, while the troops patrolling Mexico's streets and enforcing the law begin posturing themselves for what could be an even larger operation.
This operation, which was carried out successfully by Mexican authorities, was of course supported by the United States, would not have happened without the leadership of President Trump.
For decades, we've been under the illusion, and really it is an illusion, that Mexico is actually a functioning country.
They are the most powerful political force in Mexico by far. They have control of they have relationships with Chinese triads, organized crime across the Pacific. They organize and smuggle tobacco all over the world.
But I don't think these cartels are ultimately going to be targeting Americans because President Trump would come down on them so hard they wouldn't even know what hit them. But I still think Americans are in danger of just being in the area where violence is going on.
The defining feature of what it means to be a sovereign entity in politics is, do you have a monopoly on the use of force? Mexico flunks that test.
So as the U.S. shifts its focus to other
Gotta go,
cartels,
Gray.
there's worried about retaliation from these guys inside America. But all that's gonna do is bring these guys to justice even faster, because what nobody's talking about is, for the first time in decades, the U.S. and Mexico are working together on the cartel issue like never before. And they're getting rid of the bad guys who for years have thought that the sanctuary country of Mexico would be forever their home, which they paid millions to politicians in order to preserve, so that their status quo of corruption could never be stamped out. But with the U.S. border now closed and the cartel's cash pipeline of illegal immigration cut, the last 12 months have seen their business essentially grind to a halt. And without any more money to pay off politicians, to pay off law enforcement, or to pay their own goons, these guys are the weakest they've been in a long time, which is why many experts say the time to move on them is now. Which is exactly what's happening as Mexican Marines move from compound to compound in operations that are impossible for these cartels to predict, as they're being coordinated by U.S. intelligence and special forces, which is nightmare news for the bad guys who are now 2 steps behind their own government instead of 2 steps ahead. Which brings us to the real reason all of this chaos in Mexico itself is taking place for the first time in years. Sovereignty, law, and order, which benefits the absolute people of Mexico, is coming to this country, and it's coming in a way that the bad guys never predicted. And what we're witnessing in this country are the fleeting actions of an empire that's on its way out. This is indiscriminate cartel activity. They don't have a plan to survive this new law enforcement blitz, which is going to root these guys out of the vast amounts of territory they've controlled inside Mexico for decades, where these criminals now find themselves trapped under relentless pressure from a military apparatus they cannot comprehend, coupled with pressure from neighboring criminal groups, which means all of these criminals are now stuck between a rock and a hard place. And as you're about to see, we have all been lied to about the real reason why these guys control so much territory in Mexico and essentially run this country, and that lie has been part of the status quo in Mexico and America for a very long time.
Well, this is one of the worst kept secrets in all American politics. For decades, we've been under the illusion, and really it is an illusion, that Mexico is actually a functioning country. For instance, back in the 1990s, Bill Clinton signed NAFTA, free trade between free and northern countries, Canada, the United States, Mexico. So we've been treating Mexico as a legitimate country, whether it's militarily, diplomatically, economically, for a very long time. Unfortunately, the defining feature of what it means to be a sovereign entity in politics since time immemorial is you have a monopoly on the use of force. That to me, thinking about political theory 101, rule of law, that is the defining question above all. There are some secondary questions. That is the question to define yourself as a sovereign entity. And of course,
So this is not a dig at Mexico or the Mexican people. What he has just done is flesh out the definition of sovereignty in a way that most people never really think about. If you've got a country like Mexico and it has a monopoly on the use of force within its own borders, it will be impossible for the El Chapos and the El Menchos and the Gulf Cartel, the Sinaloa, all these guys, it would be impossible for them to exist there and have their own territory and have their own no-go zones and have essentially their own militaries that are more heavily armed than the Mexican military in some cases. That cannot exist in a sovereign nation. And that's why for years, the people of Mexico have lived in a state of fear and constant exploitation. You've got criminals who are stronger than them, stronger than their government. And when the people get together and vote in politicians, what good does that do for them if those politicians have an allegiance to criminals who may have funded their campaigns in secret to begin with? And even if there's a politician who gets elected and has no ties to these criminal organizations whatsoever, how do they command a military or a police force that has been co-opted by these guys and is full of spies and leaks? How do they send them out to get rid of these criminals? They can't. That's why it's never happened before.
Mexico, more than arguably any other country in the Western Hemisphere, but certainly more than the United States, Canada, and most other first world countries, flunks that test because they do not have a monopoly of these support, because there are rogue cartels, organizations that are in cahoots with Lebanese Hezbollah, that have been in cahoots in the past with party organizations, have indeed had operational control of large swaths, not just small swaths, but large swaths of especially north of Mexico.
And that's why opening the U.S. border and deciding that the Remain in Mexico policy didn't exist and that anybody who crossed the U.S. border would be let into America was such a disaster. All that was an open ditch for criminal organizations who were in control of the territory on the other side of the wall. Experts say that by denying the reality that this country has lost control of itself is what has empowered these criminals and hurt the people of Mexico. More than accepting reality and going after these criminals ever would have. And then we hear about how these guys are teaming up with other anti-American groups. We know that the cartels in Venezuela were working with Hezbollah of all organizations. We just heard how these cartels in Mexico have relations with all kinds of different criminal organizations from all across the globe. Why do we want that right on the other side of the U.S. border? How is that good for the people of Mexico or the people of America? Obviously it's not. And for decades it's been impossible to do anything about this because there was not the political willpower in America to bring Mexico's government to the negotiating table, so to speak. Pressure from the United States has put politicians in Mexico between a rock and a hard place because they can either proclaim allegiance to their cartels or criminal organizations and then have the United States move into Mexico and deal with them unilaterally, or they can work together with the United States for the common good of the law-abiding no matter where they live.
Really, as far back as I've been following U.S. politics, so this is not new development. The president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, is a total far leftist. She's essentially a Marxist. And Donald Trump properly has been talking very tough to President Sheinbaum, saying you better get your act in order, because if you don't do so, the United States is going to come in there and we're going to do it for you. For instance, there was this brief intermittent shutdown of the federal airspace over El Paso, Texas, the city of West Texas, right on the Mexico border. That was due to some cross-border back and forth due to the cartels there. So I interpret this as Sheinbaum trying to forestall some sort of American action. She has seen what happened in Venezuela with Maduro. She's watching the terrible things happening with Iran and escalating up there.
So, if you wish for the world to perceive your nation as a sovereign nation, you better not have your northern neighbor invade your country and capture a whole bunch of criminals and parade them in front of the news cameras and put them in El Salvador, right? You better not let that happen. But that's what is on the table if Mexico doesn't get serious. Now, thankfully, there is now collusion between U.S. Special Forces and the Mexican military in a way that there hasn't been before. And these cartels are folding like a cheap suit. These guys don't have a prayer in the world of stopping an operation which is able to observe them from the sky, which is able to observe them from the ground, which already knows where their territory is and has these guys completely surrounded, these cartels. They might be heavily armed, they might be very dangerous, there might be a whole lot of them that fight with each other and fight with the Mexican people, but they've got nothing in the face of an organized, sovereign response.
Carefully what's happening with Iran and there. She doesn't want Mexico, frankly, to be next there. But it's a reminder again, it's a very popular tourist nation. I've been a tourist personally myself there. And seeing these images, videos on TV of all the billowing black smoke from the cartel violence,
terrible.
It's a really, really, really bad look for Mexico and a stark reminder to the world that they failed the definition of what it means to be a sovereign entity. The good news, silver lining, is that they got massive cartel leaders.
Yeah, I was trying to get your thoughts on that as well. I suppose Donald Trump has really put the countries on notice, particularly with his activity in Venezuela and stuff.
Now, there are people who see that and say, oh, Trump, stay out of the affairs of other countries. Trump has got a problem with the people of Mexico, right? That's what we keep hearing about Trump. It's not true at all. Here we've got the Mexican military now working with the United States to get rid of these criminal organizations. I wonder if anti-ICE protesters in America think that the Mexican military stamping out these criminal organizations who bring people into America illegal civilians, I wonder if they think there is at all any prejudice behind that. They probably do. But here's the thing that you've got to understand. The rule of law is a universal value. That is a value that transcends borders. And when lawlessness is allowed to transcend borders, we all know what that means. That means the lawlessness everywhere. But once you've got the rule of law, once no criminal organization is above the law, once these guys are taken out, arrested, brought to justice, people everywhere can start building a better life and a better future for themselves, and that has been stolen from the people of Mexico by this group.
They are the most powerful political force in Mexico by far. I don't know that there's a good analog that I can think of, obviously, in history for a comparable non-state actor that is as powerful as they are. They have people relationships in Canada with First Nations. They have relationships with Chinese triads and organized crime across the Pacific.
Terrible.
They organize and smuggle illegal tobacco all over the world. They weren't always this powerful, but they are incredibly powerful now. They're a big part of why South America and Central America has gotten as violent as it has.
And why did they get so powerful? What event over the last 4 years would have helped these guys? I mean, this is where the idea of lawlessness, transcending borders, really becomes clear, because you open that U.S. border, you stop enforcing U.S. immigration law, all those criminals on the other side of it totally take advantage of this golden opportunity. These guys got rich. These guys powered up. The only power they have allowed them to steal from their own country and from other countries throughout South America. The law-abiding don't have a prayer if laws are not enforced. The law-abiding don't have a prayer if the military and the police are supposed to protect them, actually protect the criminal organizations who are exploiting people on an industrial scale, making arrangements with criminal groups from all over the planet to power them up as well. That's what's so frightening about this, is when you realize that organizations like Hezbollah, which is a state-sponsored group of Iran, were benefiting from lawlessness in South America, had training camps in South America. How does that happen if law and order runs this place? It doesn't.
The president of Costa Rica just got elected as somebody who promised to stamp out crime in a country that has historically been pretty safe. So they're just really powerful. They are exporting violence in a way that I think the Trump administration may find impossible to ignore. They have taken several steps to put sanctions, for example, on the Canadians because of what they were doing to kind of turn a blind eye on some of the Sinaloa cartel activity. And this is the strangest thing about this, is that normally it doesn't break through that there's fires in the vacation destination where lots of Westerners go. When that does start to happen, that makes it easier for a U.S. administration who has clearly showed it's willing to use force to perhaps use more force. And so I would expect that that is at least on Donald Trump's mind.
And you know something? The mainstream media that prefers an open border for America has done everything possible to cover up stories like this. The fact that the story broke through at all just shows you how big of a story it really is. And it goes to educate every single person on why law and order is so important. Because if you've got criminals that can do this and get away with it and have Mexico divided up into all of their own little no-go zones, you know you've got a big problem. You know you've got a problem for the law abiding in that country. How do you get ahead as somebody in Mexico who wants to run a business and benefit your future and take care of your family for generations if your government is in league with criminals. If your government sponsors and partners criminal enterprises who can do whatever they want.
Here in PV, in Puerto Vallarta, the violence is very real. The cartels, it's a good thing to understand is the cartels are extremely capable. They may not have a navy, but on the ground, they're very organized, very well resourced, very capable. They have excellent intelligence. They are not a bunch of guys with face tattoos and machine guns. These guys are armored personnel carriers, rocket grenade missiles. They're very capable.
Serious trauma detected.
The situation is tense because this is a very conventional kind of a war, even though it's against the.
So when you hear the word conventional, what this gentleman is talking about here is how these cartels are able to project force in the modern sense comparable to a modern conventional force projection apparatus like a military. They've got APCs, they've got RPGs, they've got the same gear the people coming to stop them have, and in some cases are a leg up on the people who are coming to stop them. Now, if that is not a recipe for disaster, if that is not a recipe for zero sovereignty, I don't know what is. Now, their intelligence is nothing compared to the joint capabilities of this U.S.-Mexican force, which is taking these guys out, tracking them down. They can't compete with air superiority. They can't compete with drones. They're surrounded. They're being spied on if they go anywhere, whether it's daytime or nighttime, we know where they are. They can't compete with that, which shows you that the only way to bring sovereignty back to a place and to bring law and order back to a place that has lost it is to bring in a force that's more powerful than what is there, displacing the interests of the common man.
Cartels obviously taking one person out significant, but it's not the only thing. It has to be a sustained effort. But I think the president of Mexico and all these other Latin American countries saw what happened with Maduro in Venezuela, and I don't think you want to be on what happened to Maduro, so they're probably going to want to be on Team USA fighting the cartels.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And the Mexican president has been under pressure from President Trump to do more when it comes to.
Right. So she's been under pressure because this is the map of Mexico right here that the cartels. Look at this. These are their various territories. And this almost looks like a map divided up into separate, distinct countries that have their own version of sovereignty in each of these different multicolored zones right here. That's crazy when you think about this being the map of Mexico that criminals use to figure out where they can go and what they can accomplish. But if all of these countries would stop thinking to themselves that these cartels are going to outlast the United States to resolve, deal with them, and get all get on board with law and order, the plight of the common man in South America, Central America, and in North America is going to improve big time. Because all these criminal organizations have done is enriched themselves on the backs of everybody, by militaries, by harassing and exploiting their neighbors, who people in America say they hear so much stuff. They say, oh, ICE is out there deporting my neighbors. No, your neighbor is not somebody who entered America illegally and has committed a crime by doing that and continues to commit a crime by staying here. No, these criminal organizations, they're doing the thing that people who are against this law enforcement crackdown say they are absolutely repulsed by. And you know why that is? You've got foreign money behind these protests. You've got China, you've got Russia, you've got Iran, all in bed with these cartel organizations. All these countries want is to exploit the United States and get rich off our complacency. But now that we're working with Mexico, that has come to a full stop. What do you think about this? Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next video.
An added layer of security is now in place at TJX stores. The company, which owns retail chains like TJ Maxx, announced some employees will now wear police-like body cameras. The move comes in an effort to tamp down on.
So TJ Maxx rolled out.
Deflected. Deflected. My actual question was, are you?
I need to take
no
a few minutes break.
Yes.
Well, I don't support the Vilayat.
So, I'll be back.
It's called the Islamic system of rule in Iran. So I don't support any ayatollahs being in charge of Iran. In Iraq, for example, you have an ayatollah named Sistani, who the Americans have worked with for a long time. He's the spiritual leader of a lot of Iraq Shias and a lot of Shias around the world.
He's trying to draw a distinction as if this is a religious thing. It doesn't matter whether it's a religious thing or not. So being Shia Islam or not, it doesn't have anything to do with killing innocent people. Like, is the guy in Iraq doing the same thing that the Ayatollah in Iran is? Probably not. So to just say that every Ayatollah is the same is just, it's another intentional misunderstanding.
He's never taken executive authority. He's never said, I'm going to be in charge of Iraq.
Yes.
He sits in his house and he gives his religious rulings. I prefer that system of government. So in a sense, are you asking me, do I hope that, do I want ayatollahs to rule Iran? No, I don't. I'm on the record supporting a democratic system. But I think it was people. No, I don't.
It was no, I know. I wasn't asking if you supported killing him. I just was asking if you're pleased he's no longer ruling the country.
It's a loaded question because his son is leading the country. So am I pleased with that? No, I'm not pleased with his son leading the country. It's not a question you can answer in a vacuum, can you, Piers?
Well, no. So if you're not pleased with the son ruling.
See, this is what I was saying before about how you cannot engage in a civil, rational conversation with a person like this that does not value any degree of civil discourse. This person doesn't care about logic, rationality, or any sort of rational thinking. What they care about is pushing their ideology through a Trojan horse of a perceived ideology of rationality. Both of them. Yeah, you never engage with people like this. It's a mistake to even try to engage with them. They're not in good faith at all.
Country.
Well, are you pleased that Saddam Hussein? Are you pleased that Saddam Hussein is not ruling Iraq?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. It's so fucking easy. That's the difference. There it is. Yes. Obviously. Duh. Of course. Obviously.
But you oppose that war like I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The two things are
so you can hold multiple positions at one time.
Yeah. Duh.
Agreed.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
Apparently not agreed because you can't say the guy. You're glad he's dead.
No, but I'm saying that you're.
I'm agreeing with you.
You could easily.
Yes.
So you've agreed. You've now said that you're pleased the son. You're not pleased the son is running the country. Is that what you said?
Yes. You're breaking that element. I will right after this.
No, I'm not. Not at all. I've said that publicly.
But, so does it automatically
and he's only
follow
ruling,
you?
And he's only ruling the country. Hold on. He's only ruling the country because we killed the leader before him, his dad.
Yes.
I understand that. But I'm just trying to work.
I think the solution is we should kill him too. That would be my mindset. If this guy's also really bad, then logically we should go after him too. I mean, I don't see what is this? Why wouldn't we do this?
Yeah, by natural.
I'm surprised we haven't. I think that maybe we have.
De facto, be pleased that the dead Ayatollah is no longer ruling the country.
Am I pleased he's not ruling the country? It's a question in vacuum. So does that mean I'm pleased with his son ruling the country?
Yes.
It's just weird.
He might not survive his injuries. He lost a leg in a few
I don't want to say yes to that because that implies that I'm okay with the fallout from it, which I'm not. But I have made my position clear.
He's clearly okay with the outcomes because you had no problem ignoring the Iranian people getting killed for weeks, and now you're trying to talk about you're upset about the fallout. I don't think so. If you're so upset about it, then why are you not upset about them killing their own people and turning off the internet?
I think any Ayatollah should be running Iran. That's not my political or religious viewpoint.
Yes.
So it sounds
but I don't think you should kill them in order to get rid of them. But I don't think you should kill Ayatollahs in order to get rid of them.
Of course you should. Obviously you should. It's not even a question.
I didn't ask you if you supported killing him. I just said, are you pleased he's no longer ruling the country? Sounds like you are, but you're just very reluctant to use the word yes.
Yeah, because I have to think through the consequences of what I'm saying, Piers. It's good for you to ask a great question in a vacuum, but if I say yes to that question, does that mean I'm supporting what Trump and Netanyahu did? No.
I don't think any of that follows. You could just say yes or no.
And I don't take pleasure in killing people without trials.
Mehdi Hassan will always find ways to obfuscate Islamic terrorism. And I think that you guys can take this to the bank. Every single time that there is an Islamic terrorist, he will come out, downplay it, obfuscate it, make it harder to understand, and the reason why is he's doing it for a religious and ethnic reason. That is the reason. He identifies with them, he sees them as the end group, and he sees everybody else as not the end group. Now, he'll come out publicly and say, I don't like terrorism, sure, but whenever it comes time to condemn these people or to take action against getting rid of groups of these people, he will always cast doubt on those actions because actually he doesn't really mind it that much because he's ideologically aligned with these terrorists. That's it. That's the real reason.
If Ayatollah Khamenei did something wrong, the Iranians should have tried him. The Iranians should have tried him.
Wasn't the question.
They should have tried him.
That wasn't my question. I didn't ask if you were pleased to get killed.
It was just a question about my feelings.
They should have tried him. He should have gone to court.
I just asked, are you pleased he's no longer ruling the country? It's a yes or no. You either are or you're not.
Yes.
I'm. No, because I can't. No, it's not. No,
yes.
Piers, it's not as simple as that. I know you've now latched on.
It actually is very simple.
I have to think this through. No, I don't think that. I don't think it's a matter about my feelings.
I've only latched onto it because you won't answer. I think it's an easy thing to answer.
20 minutes
I didn't know it was a
to
therapy session to ask me about how I'm feeling. I thought it was about my political viewpoints. My political viewpoint is it was wrong to kill him. It was illegal to kill him. It will have
illegal.
Disastrous effects for the region. It's mad to take out a head of state and a spiritual leader. And it's even madder when you replace him with his son, who apparently is quote unquote worse than him, both for Iran and for US and Israeli.
I'll just try one more time.
I'm not pleased at the situation we're in.
Yep. Apparently massive attacks, data center. All right, we're going to look at it right after this.
Asking, are you pleased that he's no longer ruling the country?
Man.
No, I'm not pleased about what's going on right now in Iran, which involves killing Khamenei. So I'm not going to answer your question.
He will never do it.
For you to clip this out of context.
Yes.
No. Nice try.
I perish the thought that either of us would take anything from our interviews and clip them out of context, but you would never do that.
Yes.
Never, never.
Of course not. No, this is it. And again, it's so obvious that these people engage in dishonesty. It is. It is so obvious, and it is insane why it happens. Oh, God. Is it the same guy again?
It's a moral abomination, and yes, it's tactically stupid. They bombed a submarine and just let the sailors drown to death. Going again.
Yeah.
Even the Nazis didn't do that during World War II, apparently. Even the Nazis collected people from the water.
Now that is you playing the Nazi analogy just 6 days after you told people to stop playing the Nazi analogy, isn't it?
Piers, come on.
Come on! Come on!
You can do better than this. There's two different things completely. One is saying that Iran is Nazi Germany in its ambitions, in its political agenda, in its conquest plans, in its military threat.
Which is actually what the Prince of Saudi Arabia said.
None of those things are true. No serious person looks at a country that's been...
Do you think MBS isn't serious? Do you think he's not... Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I think he's pretty serious. Like, what do you mean? That's not even true.
Besieged by sanctions, surrounded on all sides, has a military that doesn't come anywhere close to Hitler's military, hasn't actually invaded its neighbors in the same way that Nazi Germany did, has no aspirations to take over the continent or the region despite Lindsey Graham's nonsense.
Well, they don't need to. Their proxy groups do that for them.
Claims. It's not Nazi Germany. I think you and I can both agree on that. Now, the point I was making on MS Now was not that Iran or America, I'm not saying the American military is Nazi Germany either. I was simply pointing out that what Peter Hegseth did by torpedoing that Iranian unarmed vessel in international waters off the coast of Sri Lanka that was taking part in a display, in a ceremonial event in India. We knew it was an unarmed ship, posed no threat, wasn't part of the war effort. We sunk the ship with a torpedo and then left the people to die.
Wait, so we're saying that a military ship wasn't part of the war effort? Like an Iranian military ship? Oh my God, bro.
What do they do with those boats?
As I said, everything this guy does will be to downplay and enable Islamic terrorism. Keep this in mind. Everything that he does, everything that he says will be working towards that goal. You can look at that in the past, you can look at it in the future.
in the Caribbean. We left the people to die, and I was pointing out that goes against the norms of all naval maritime warfare. I'm no expert. This is what I'm told. I'm told that goes against all the norms of maritime war, that even in World War II, there were times when the Nazis shot down boats and saved, pulled in some of the survivors. That doesn't mean I'm saying the American military or the Israeli military is Nazi Germany. I'm
well,
simply
then why would you make the comparison?
Some of our tactics are so barbaric that they compare to some of the worst people in history. That is not the same as saying Iran is...
It's barbaric to attack a military ship and kill everybody on the ship that you're in an active war against? Yeah, I don't think that's the right use of the word.
It's Nazi Germany, and therefore we should invade. Piers, you know this. You're slightly older than I am. You know that every time we've gone to war, we've accused our enemies of being Hitler. We said it about Saddam, we said it about Milosevic, we said it about Gaddafi. That is the lazy go-to move. And I know you hate me comparing Trump's rhetoric to Hitler's rhetoric.
No, I know, but when you say
Iran to Nazi Germany.
But Mehdi, come on. Mehdi, come on. When you say things like, even the Nazis didn't do that, it's like, no, but the Nazis did murder 12 million people and did kill 12...
By saying even the Nazis didn't do something, you are implying that the country is doing something that's worse than what the Nazis do or did. Like, that's obviously what you're implying. That's the only reason to bring up something else as a frame of reference.
6 million Jews in the Holocaust. So
not 12. No. A lot of other people were killed in the Holocaust. It wasn't just Jews. Hitler was not he didn't just hate Jews. He hated like gypsies. He hated gay people. Hated disabled people. There's plenty of people who got killed in the Holocaust that weren't Jews.
The Nazis weren't that
Every time
great,
I come on this show, you make this point. So let me make this point one more time. So first of all, I'm sure you've compared Russia's and Putin's invasion of Ukraine to horrible, horrible historical episodes. You've said this before. I just want to nail this once and for all, because it's been multiple times. If you compare something to the Nazis, that doesn't mean it's always 12 million dead. Would you agree with me that Nick Griffin is a Nazi, the UK BNP leader? A court said you can call him a Nazi. Would you agree he's a neo-Nazi?
What?
Well, he's a far-right lunatic, yeah.
You would never call him a Nazi because a court said you could call him a neo-Nazi. Are you saying skinheads with swastikas who run around European towns attacking migrants who say Heil Hitler, are they Nazis?
Yeah,
I would say they are. They haven't killed 12 million people.
I'd categorize them as Nazi sympathizers. But my point being, you went in 1 week.
My point being is you don't have to kill 12 million people.
Using Nazi analogies.
I didn't say that. Now, it appears this is really bad on your part. That's not what I said. I said that don't call Iran.
I don't know why you bring this guy on there. This guy's obviously going to lie and make up bullshit, right? What is this kind of reasoning? I don't know.
See Germany. And then I said, let's not do things in the Pacific that even the Nazis didn't do.
No one's even doing it? No one's stacking randoms and screaming Hail Hitler?
If you can't see it, I'm sure your viewers do.
I think probably we should just all stop using the Nazis and Hitler in every debate about everything that happens.
Fair enough.
Yeah, duh. It's so overused. It's like totally DR'd, man. That's why media is just a screaming match. I think it's just so fucking ridiculous.
Indie games aren't just stealing players from AAA games, they're stealing players exponentially, to the point now that investors are talking about it, and it's heralding the collapse of the default authority that much of this industry has enjoyed for far too long.
Absolutely.
See, now I know some people are going to say, well, people have always talked about indie games, there's always been popular indie games. True.
It's nothing like it is now. Like, indie games are probably more popular collectively than, AAA games.
Never been the primary point of discussion. That is something that has almost always been fully dedicated to the biggest games in the industry, but in recent years, that has shifted almost entirely. And now we have analysts that are saying that this isn't some trend. No, indie games are the future of the games industry. Now, there are a lot of...
They have to be the future because it's agile development. For example, whenever a game that's like really big has a problem, it takes them months to fix it. When a small game has a problem, they fix it. That's it, they just fix it.
Moving parts to this story. I'm going to try to cover all of it. It's ranging anywhere from creativity to choice to price on some of these games, but what we are seeing right now is a complete takeover that is being executed by the most passionate, by the most creative, by the most in touch with their audience,
100%.
And the most affordable. What's the saying? Time is like a flat circle? Well, today, we're going back to the beginning. Okay. But before that, a shout out to Starforge Systems who did sponsor today's video. If you guys are looking for a new PC, check out the link down below.
So
Best
true.
PCs on the market. I can say that because mine still works. Back to the video. I find the timing of this to be almost poetic. 2026 starts off with Riot Games laying off staff because 2XKO just didn't have enough momentum to justify the team size behind
People
it.
didn't play the game. It's pretty simple.
While Hightail, the game that they abandoned because they just couldn't get it out the door, comes back from the dead, gets bought back by its original creators, and then blows past 2 million in sales only weeks after its reacquisition. Then we have Highguard, the investor-backed independent AAA live service game that's player count dies in a matter of hours, and here we are yet again.
What, dude? This was honestly, maybe that guy who deleted his account deleted it because he didn't want any evidence out there that he worked on Highguard. He did that preemptively to get hired for a new job.
Talking about layoffs. Meanwhile, Meowgenic shows up, sells 500,000 copies in under 48 hours, cracks 80,000 concurrent players on Steam within days. And while, this is coming from the developer who made Binding of Isaac, the marketing for this game was basically a YouTube video from its creator on a scuffed webcam.
Oh, I made a YouTube video. Look at this. Buy the game. Wow. The King gets 100,000 players.
5 months before release.
Yeah.
This is the story that we've been watching get louder and louder every single year.
See, I just want y'all to see this. All you need to do is make a good game. Like, that's the thing, is that everybody gets focused on the extra shit, but all you really need to do is make a good game. And then you win.
Budget AAA games land with teams of hundreds or thousands, marketing so thick you can't escape it, and then nothing. No traction, no pull. They hit the market like a brick and sink. Meanwhile, indie games made by 1 or 2 people show up with zero marketing and just shred the charts apart, snatching the players by the millions. For a long time, it was easy to treat this like it's some fun underdog story. People love to see the little guy win, but there's always been this quiet dismissal that I've seen underneath it. Like, these wins don't matter. Like, the industry is just too big to have any consequences. Like, the silent majority is out there, and they're still just propping up the AAA games industry. And if you think that, you're wrong. Because indie isn't just outperforming AAA every once in a while. No, these players are getting pulled away repeatedly, and they're not coming back, and now we have proof.
Well, they're direct competitors now, and I think the issue is that because technology is a lot better and it's easier to distribute a video game to an audience, you don't have to rely on traditional publishing. You don't have to rely on, going through a console publisher. You don't have to rely on anything. You could just make your game and put it out there directly to an audience.
Not long ago, Bain & Company, a group of analysts and managers working under the Bain investment umbrella, mostly focused on tech and things like that, published a report titled Squeezed in the Middle, AAA Game Studios Must Adapt, where they wrote, AAA video game studios are caught in a pincer movement. On one side, nimble indies are delivering hit games on shoestring budgets, and on the other, huge games-as-a-service platforms such as Roblox and Fortnite are pulling players, creators, and brands into their gravitational orbit.
True.
In between, AAA studios are getting squeezed. Executives from these incumbent studios can no longer ignore the hard truth. They will have to reinvent how they operate if they want to stay relevant and secure their future.
I mean, it's completely right.
Indie developers are thriving despite lacking large workforces and financial resources that would come with being owned by a major publisher. As an illustration, their PC revenues grew at 22% compound annual rate from 2018 through 2024 versus 8% for AA, mid-market studios, and AAA, large studios with big teams and budgets focused on making ambitious titles. Even indie's share of total games available on Steam has remained relatively constant, according to our analysis of estimated upfront game sales from Video Games Inside. Okay, so now to translate that into normal human language. Indie isn't just growing faster than AAA, it's growing at nearly 3 times the rate.
Exactly.
Over the same stretch. And because growth compounds, that gap isn't just sitting there, it's snowballing. It's becoming the new default for the industry. And the market share here is a savage telling, because Bain could sit here and say AAA...
Jesus. Man. Look at that. That's a lot of growth. That's actually insane. I've never seen this graph before.
grew 8%, sure, but AAA also started
So
with
Indie's
the throne.
growing massively.
If AAA's market share, which in this
So
case
in
means
1
player
year, it
base
went up
or
by almost a
individual
quarter.
sales, drops from 76% to 61%, that's bad. That's really bad. That's a 15% loss. That's like these guys losing anywhere from 90 to 100 million individual sales. That's essentially the floor giving out from underneath them. And in this case, they're only talking through 2024. 2025 was even worse for these guys. That was a year where most of the biggest budget releases came in under expectations outside of Battlefield 6, and multiple indie games were tearing holes through the games industry, dragging players away.
It's also the other big issue they have is that whenever you make a live service game and you're a AAA publisher, there's like a level of continual content releases that you have set up. So whenever, for example, Eugenics gets made, then the game is a static, it's a static entity. Like, you don't have to continue upkeeping this, regularly doing anything. It's just, this is the game, there it is. So when you don't have that option and you just have people that are just expecting more and more content, now not only did you lose money on development, but you're also losing money on upkeep too. And that's the other big issue, is they keep trying to do these live service games, but the live service model only works whenever there's a few fish in a pond, right? Whenever you have 50 games trying to be live service, it just doesn't work because people are going to gravitate to the biggest ones.
And you know what makes this entire thing that much more insulting? It includes Black Myth Wukong and Baldur's Gate 3 into AAA sales. And I don't care what box and analyst wants to try to put them in. Those are not AAA games in my eyes, nor do I think a lot of players would view those games as AAA either. They are outliers. And if you strip those outliers away, that means these guys are suffering massive losses.
They are.
And the funny thing is, even drafting 2 games into their corner that honestly do not belong there, these guys are
still flopping.
Still getting beaten by indie games. That is just insane to me. So what's causing this loss of players? Why are indie games taking over the industry? Well, even the analysts are starting to see things from our perspective, though I do think their data is flawed. Bain writes, what's fueling this disruption is not a cycle, it is a structural shift that's reshaping the economics of the industry. Several trends are behind it. Player preferences are evolving. While gamers continue to value high-fidelity graphics, gameplay is the most important reason players choose and stay engaged with games. And
this is the big problem that a lot of games nowadays have, is that they're not games. That is the fundamental issue. It's that so many of these games, that they don't even, it's like you're not even playing a video game. You're playing like a graphic novel. There's cutscenes everywhere. The combat is garbage. Like, I don't understand this. Like, and that's why, like, I've been playing Neo 3, right? And like Neo 3, what I really like about it is that it's a fucking video game. I get to play the game. I don't have to sit through 50 fucking cinematics listening to a bunch of proper nouns of events that happened before the story. I don't give a shit about it. I want to play a video. That means playing the game. Right. I'm back. Sorry about that. Give me a sec. We good.
Bain's 2025 survey, 22% of gamers cited gameplay as the #1 reason they play their favorite games, while high-quality graphics or audio was cited by only 7% of gamers as the most important factor. That dynamic has helped level the playing field, as game studios of any size can achieve commercial success if they get the gameplay right. See Undertale, Stardew Valley, and Vampire Survivors, for example.
All gameplay,
Inequality
solid
is up. Top
gameplay.
indie games rival or surpass AAA titles in critical acclaim.
Absolutely.
Last year, 75% of the top 20 highest-rated games on Metacritic were developed by indie studios, nearly double their share in 2016. As of this writing, Claire Obscure Expedition 33, Blueprints, and Split Fiction top Metacritic's 2025 ratings, outshining even the most ambitious AAA releases.
And I'll tell you the reason why that happens. The reason why that happens is because each of those games that were mentioned solve a very narrow problem. I want to do puzzles, then play Blueprints. I want to play with my friend, then play Split Fiction. I want to play a good, like narrative story with turn-based combat, then play Expedition 33. They're not trying to do 17 different things at a time. what AAA games do is they try to cast a really wide net, and in order to make up for the amount of money that the game is going to cost to make, so they make the game appeal to casuals, appeal to hardcore players, appeal to X, Y, Z, this audience, this demographic, this people, and everything, and eventually you do that enough that you lose the identity of the game, and it ends up appealing to nobody. And I think that's the reason why AAA games end up disappointing people. It's because they try to make everybody happy.
They go on to talk about
That's
disruptive tech, barriers collapsing, budgets not making sense, marketing not working, and yeah, all that stuff matters. Indie quality is obviously up. I think anybody can see that, but they're still missing the point here, because they're treating those high ratings like it's a fact to report instead of a question that needs to be answered.
The ratings don't matter, by the way. Like, if you look at critic ratings, critics are retards. Like, again, like, oh, somebody's a video game critic. What does that mean? It means they're probably dumber than I am. Like, I think that all of these websites should totally get rid of the delineation between critic reviews and user reviews. And I think that user reviews should be the resounding value judgment rather than critic reviews. Critics are like, what makes somebody a critic for video games? How do you define somebody being a critic for video games? It's ridiculous.
Why were they rated that highly? What did they do that AAA isn't doing? And also, I'm sorry, I want to know who they are surveying, because there is no shot that only 22% of gamers said that gameplay is the reason that they stick to a game. Like, okay, sure, you're going to have a couple people that are here for the story, the art, music, vibes. Right. I'm here for my waifu, whatever. But is it fun is the actual foundation of these games. It is the entire tree. Everything else just hangs off of that. Without it, the game dies. And AAA has basically been speedrunning proof of that over the past couple of years. For all the insights in this report, the biggest miss they have is how self-inflicted this collapse is. Especially,
I think that The Last of Us has done irreparable damage. Because The Last of Us was the first time that a pretentious, obnoxious theater kid in the Western audience was able to make a video game that was a story and be taken seriously for it with Neil Druckmann. And so now you have all these people that are trying to tell stories, and they're trying to, you know, like, create a narrative, and it's all this like bullshit Hollywood stuff. Like, I don't want it. I don't want that. That's annoying. It's stupid. Like, if you want to do that for a good game like Expedition 33, I guess that's fine. But a lot of this is just pretentious theater kid slop.
Around gameplay.
That's what I think.
These games just aren't fun, and their priorities are completely out of order. Bane is right that if players care more about gameplay, indies are going to have an easier time competing because that's all they have. But that's also the part that AAA gave up. In indie games, gameplay is the starting line. In AAA, it feels increasingly more optional. AAA games stopped obsessing.
Yeah, look at Silksong. That's a video game. This is a video game that you play. This isn't a shitty interactive story. It's not something with a message. It's not a live service community hub. It is a video game, and you play the video game.
Over the gameplay and started obsessing over the way they look, over how they're positioned, over the agenda that they're trying to pretend to represent, how they could attract more investors, what trend they're trying to ride. And when you build a game like that, you don't end up building something that people love. You just end up building something that people tolerate until they don't.
This boss is easy.
Back last year during the 30th anniversary of Space Invaders, the game's creator, Tomohiro Nishikado, said that he thinks games are being made the wrong way, and he pointed out...
He's right.
Out this very issue. He said the game development process in Taito eventually changed, and we, the game creators, were increasingly expected to listen to the sales team, which came up with new titles.
This Steve Jobs quote. It's crazy that he's still right about this with everything. This is exactly what he said would happen.
Concepts they thought would sell.
Man.
Then we started game development based on that. Personally, I don't think it's the correct approach. Creators should make a game on their own first, and then they should expand the project larger. That's what I felt throughout my whole career.
Yeah,
AAA games feel a lot like Skinwalkers. They just kind of sketch you out. You can tell they're not necessarily the same as everybody else. Underneath, it's just an amalgamation of a bunch of different incentives, a bunch of different people pulling strings in all kinds of different directions for their own wants and needs. None of it having anything to do with you as the player.
And I'm going to be real. Like, I actually think that the DEI preferential hiring stuff, I think it has negatively affected video games. I absolutely think so. Like, if you spend the last 5 years or 10 years hiring a bunch of talentless losers because they're woke, then big surprise, they're going to make shitty games. So you've had all these big studios that have had all these incentives and all of these, you know, initiatives to go and hire people of X or Y identity, and you're not thinking about who's making a good game, because the reality is that one passionate, great developer can outwork 100 like crappy like DEI developers. And again, like, it doesn't matter like how much work they do, because it's all going to be bad in the first place. Hire one loser, put them in HR, and now you have 20 teams with the same criteria. Yeah, or also hire one loser, put them on HR, now you have 20 more losers. That's more like it. So that's also another really big issue, is that these people have, I think that they have hired incompetent people, and they've hired people that are just bad at their job. You look at the way that they make characters, the way that they design games, they're just shitty. They're shitty at their job. And so how does something like that happen? I think it happened because of all of the DEI preferential hiring. I do. And I think that very clearly, if you didn't need, like, if that didn't change who you were hiring, then you wouldn't have needed it. So the logical outcome is that that preferential hiring caused people to hire random idiots that are way less skilled and talented than the people that they would have hired naturally. Like, this is just evident, because if you didn't have that, you wouldn't have needed the DEI. So whenever you do that, big surprise, you literally are selecting for losers. And I think that they found them. That's why all of these AAA studios are poisoned. It's because they're poisoned with these weird freaks. And you can't get rid of them either because of like 1 million HR rules. So the company is just effectively dead. They just don't know it yet. They aren't idiots. They know what they're doing. They're putting their messaging in games. They do. And they care more about their games being messages rather than the games being successful. They actually don't care about the success of the game because it's not about the game to them.
It's all about whether they think it will sell. Does it look like the game that it needs to look like? Is it going to offend anybody?
Well, I think that really it's not even that, because anybody could tell you that, you know, if you want to sell a game, you should have X, Y, and Z thing in it, right? You should never have, you know, like some girl boss with no boobs that's supposed to go out there and save the world by punching everybody and being badass and smarter than all the men. Like, anybody could tell you that that's not going to sell. And so it's a lot more than, is this going to sell?
Sending the right message. Can we monetize it? Can we put a battle path in it? That's what I think happened to Diablo 4. It's one of the reasons that game probably took so long to come out, is because these guys had a hard time figuring out how they were going to monetize it as a live service. And you see that pretty much across the board with a lot of these games. And I think that this can only go on for so long before the games themselves start to lose meaning, and then the studios start to lose players. Somewhere along the way, when games got mainstream, they started becoming more profitable. The video game part of the equation just disappeared. And
yeah, exactly. The Last of Us.
These guys started exploiting these games for profit. Let's be honest, it's exactly what these companies are doing. As much as these guys want to come out and be like, guys, I'm trying to make the most creative thing ever. You have to understand, stop bullying me online. There are executives that are above you that are trying to milk this industry as hard as they possibly can, and they don't care if it collapses because they'll just go get a job in another industry. It's what
I think that's also another really good point, is that it's cynical and malicious compliance all the way up and all the way down, where you have people that are like at mid-levels that are trying to put their message into games, and you have people that are at high levels that are just trying to make this game make enough money to where they can pass a quarterly earnings report and then have a good exit from the company because all their stock options are vested, right? I mean, that's literally it. So it's just nobody actually cares about the product. It's just different versions of malicious compliance.
Those do. Watch the path of some of these guys.
Sure.
They are destructive forces.
That's a good point.
But it's no surprise now that we're starting to see the pendulum swing in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Back to video games just being video games. I don't know exactly when it happened for me, but when I look at the numbers that they were showing, this is almost the exact same timeline or experience that I felt, where I started playing less and less AAA games and more indie games.
Same.
And while there are still AAA games that I get excited for, it's a fleeting matter.
I usually assume they're going to be garbage.
Once the honeymoon phase ends, I almost immediately start seeing the ugly head of the AAA hallmarks that I've gotten all too used to, and I just walk
Bro
away.
understood capitalism via games. It's not capitalism. Plenty of these other, like all these other, you're just, what are you, retarded? Like everybody that's making video games in the market exists in a capitalistic market that we all do. Everybody does. So if you have some developers that are existing in it that aren't doing this and other ones that are, clearly the common variable isn't the cause. Like, duh.
Go back to an indie game. Now,
think
all
about
of
it
this
for 3
explains
seconds.
why people aren't playing AAA games anymore. And these analysts are starting to figure it out, which means investors
Reddit
are also
brain?
going to figure it out. That part I don't necessarily
So
like,
stupid.
but they have all the data, they have the analytics. But the one thing that these guys don't seem to understand is why people play indie games.
Yeah.
It should probably come as no surprise,
They're
but
cheap
I've
and
somehow
good.
already sunk over 30 hours into Mugenics, and I don't exactly know when
fuck?
that happened. I just kind of blinked and a couple days disappeared. I haven't really been sleeping all that well
Wait,
recently.
what?
But I will say, one of the things that I realized is how few of these indie devs give a fuck. This is a game about eugenics. It's about trying to breed the perfect cat-killing machine.
Yeah.
Using D&D party and class structure inside of a tactical turn-based roguelike where you can end up breeding cats that have autism and ADHD. The voice cast
they put me in the
includes
game.
literal real-life ideological enemies like Ethan Klein and iDubbbz. The devs actually put Chris Chan in this game. And of course, the second the game dropped, it got the usual problematic treatment. PC Gamer ran the whole entire controversy pre-game. Rock, Paper, Shotgun grilled Edmund
And for Meow Cameo List, the inclusion of people with clashing ideologies felt appropriate. Yeah, it did. And the thing is that a lot of people like the idea of a no-rules video game because they feel like they are getting something that is an authentic product, right? Rather than, for example, they're being patronized to. You never listen to these controlling weird freaks. They have no interest in your product. They have no interest in your success. They have no interest in anything that's beneficial for you. And the only thing that they care about is your video game being a vehicle for their worldview. That's literally it. They don't care whether your game succeeds or not. They only care whether your game fits inside of what they think a game should be. That's it.
Millen over the casting, and his answer is perfect. He just said if he had only picked who he agreed with, he'd be the only one meowing in the game. And
That's
I
right.
can't lie. That is absurdly refreshing.
It is.
I think that that's a huge reason why a lot of these indie games are taking over. It's not better tools, it's not marketing trends, it's not whatever.
Because you don't listen to these weird fucking freaks that are trying to tell you what to do. And this is a very core concept, is that people don't like being told what to do. They don't. So whenever you have a bunch of journalists and these people that are trying to create a false consensus of whether something is problematic or not, what they're really trying to do is they're trying to tell you what to do. They're trying to tell you you're supposed to like this, you're not supposed to like that, you shouldn't do this, you should do that. At the end of the day, why the fuck would you listen to them? Why the fuck would you take them seriously for even 1 second? The moment I hear somebody trying to tell me what to do is the moment I stop paying attention to them.
Language that they want to use is that these games are being made from the roots again. Somebody with vision, someone making something that they think is cool without spending half of their dev cycle terrified of online drama, politics, trends, optics, or whether or not some consultant is going to try to flag a line of their dialogue. It's two questions. Is this cool and is this fun? And that mindset.
Well, it's also, do my players care about this? And this is a big mistake that a lot of developers make, is they listen to social media sentiment. Social media sentiment, I think that like at a certain point it does matter. But the problem is that if you listen to, for example, a lot of people are angry about the Meowgenics game or Mewgenics having different characters in it, having Ethan Klein in it, and stuff like this, and Chris Chan. You would think that this game is not very successful, and it's not, it's controversial. These people don't probably even own your game. They don't care about your game. They don't care whether your game succeeds or not. They don't care whether your game is fun. They don't care what your creative vision is. The only thing that they care about is that your game acts as a vehicle in order for them to push their worldview. So whenever you create an audience of people that don't care about your product, don't be surprised when they don't buy it. That's the thing, is that all of those people don't actually play video games. They're just social media virtue signalers. That's it.
Keeps winning.
Yeah, look at Relooted. Exactly. It's worthless.
I think that Nishikado quote from earlier nails this perfectly. Developers should make their own games first. Indie games still have that quality behind them where you can feel a person behind it. Somebody's taste, somebody's weirdness, somebody's obsession, not a product that's built to satisfy 10 different incentives at once. Games like Eugenics feel selfishly made, and that's not a flaw. That's where some of the best games come from. The Legend of Zelda exists because Miyamoto wanted to bottle his own childhood, exploring caves in the countryside of Japan, and turn that feeling into a video game. Concerned Ape made Stardew Valley because he felt that Harvest Moon kept getting worse. Notch made Minecraft as a personal project because he just loved the loop of building stuff with blocks. Miyazaki, his whole approach to FromSoft storytelling, the gaps, the fragments, that comes from him being a kid who couldn't read Western novels, Western fantasy novels that he was obsessed with, so he just started filling in the blanks with his own imagination. Yoko Taro, Nier Automata. That's basically him just giving his own personal retelling of Evangelion through his own weird lens. You keep going down the list and you're going to realize something very fast. Most of the games that people actually love didn't start off as a market demand. They started off as somebody wanting to make something that they thought was cool. Something that
I think that also, like, Palworld, like, on the other hand, Palworld said, well, why'd you make this game? Well, we thought people would like this game. And they did. The problem is that you have to take an honest approach to serving your audience. And the issue is that AAA developers, not only do they not have any passion, but they also don't even take an honest approach to serving their audience. So that's the big problem. It's like you can do one or the other, but these people do neither. You don't even play video games, bro? All right. You say whatever you want.
They thought was fun. You know, for a really long time, I assumed that a lot of these big indie hits were just about listening to the players. Like, these guys are DJs out there taking requests, just perfectly responding to market feedback. But the more that I watch it, the more I come to realize that these guys are the ones that are making the call and then answering it themselves. They're not some alien species. They are you. They are me. They're sitting around asking, what happened to that game? Where did that game go? Why doesn't anybody make a game like this? And instead of waiting, these guys are just doing it themselves.
Yeah, true.
And when I start to look at it through that lens, why these games are being made, the way these games are being designed, the success makes a lot more sense. These games make a lot more sense. They're making games for themselves as a video game player. When I play an indie game, I boot it up and I just play it. Even if it's on the first playthrough, there's barely any downtime.
No, that's the other issue too, is that, like, there's not downtime. Like, a lot of these video games nowadays have, like, this massive preamble, and, like, you're not actually, like, to me, one of the most annoying things is whenever I want to play a video game and I'm just being bogged down by systems, tutorials, intros, expositions. It's just like, holy fuck, just let me play the game. That's how I feel.
Movie intro, no long-winded exposition, no tutorial that's keeping me from playing the actual game. Meanwhile, with AAA games, they become increasingly more abrasive and convoluted. I remember when I was reviewing Call of Duty Black Ops 7, and it took me almost 15 minutes just to get to actual gameplay. Shaders installing, updating, restarting, relaunching, agreeing to sharing my data and their community guidelines and whatever else, then more cutscenes and menu juggling. And the whole time, I'm just sitting there thinking, all I want to do is play a game. I just want to play the game. The longer you keep me from doing that, the more likely I am to leave.
Absolutely. Just immediately let people, like, every video game that, like, I just click start game, and then I just spawn in and I'm playing the game, it's like, thank God. Okay. Like, I can handle an intro cinematic, but, like, holy shit, guys. I just want to play.
A lot of indie games remind me of older games for that reason. Over the holidays, I got gifted one of those digital Super Nintendos. I sat down, I turned it on, and I immediately realized none of that friction ever existed back then.
No.
The focus was entirely on you getting into the game fast and having enough game there to keep you. Hell, most of the games didn't even have tutorials. All they did was just drop you into the game and had you figure it out. And figuring it out was actually part of the fun. You were just
depends on the
discovering the controls. You were discovering the game itself, bare bones with context or no context at all, and you were just off to the races. So now here I am playing Eugenics, and I'm realizing it's the exact same attraction. You breed.
Well, this is the same thing with Neo, right? Is like Neo is a game that's made for Super Nintendo. It's a Super Nintendo game that's made in 2026. Yeah, if you jump off the cliff, you instantly die. Yep, if you get hit 3 times, you're dead. No, there's no difficulty option. Yeah, no, you can do 50 different things. Oh, what is the key gauge while there's a, you know, a damage decrease at the same time that your foot hurts? Oh yeah, well, you got to figure that out. It doesn't matter. There's no difficulty. Yeah, exactly. You just play the game. You just play the game. It's a video game.
It's cool, but the game is not sitting you down and spoon feeding you all the optimal breeding paths. It's not even telling you how to guarantee traits, what stats belong on what role, what the best build.
Pokemon is made for BPD and like basically brain dead e-girls now. Like the only people that I ever see every time a new Pokemon game comes out, there's still the same usual suspects of every brain dead e-girl that goes out and says, "Oh, it's so good." No, it's not. No, it's not. No, just this is, and the thing is that these are the same girls that complain about their boyfriends. Oh wow! So this is this is it. This is like a regular thing for you. You're just regularly putting up with bullshit. The new ones are shit. They are. I don't get it.
Is there any of that? You get basic controls, and that's
Digimon,
about it.
Digimon
you don't even know how terrain works.
But Power World is better than both of them.
You can use elements, how chain abilities work, or how you can use items properly. The game just gives you a puzzle, throws it in your lap, and says, figure it out.
Yep.
A lot of modern games have moved away from that. Everything gets explained in full detail. Nothing gets left unsaid. It's all in the name of accessibility.
Yes.
So they just want to make sure that everyone understands the game, because they need everyone to understand the game. So they spell everything out. They flatten the learning curve. They sand down the edges. And once that mindset takes over, it just...
That's why I quit Assassin's Creed Shadows. It's because I realized about 1 hour into the game, no, like 4 hours into the game, every castle is going to have the same mobs. Every mob is going to have the same attack pattern. Every attack pattern is going to do roughly the same damage. And you're going to have to get 5 boxes in every castle. And that's the entire game. It doesn't matter if they're level 1 or level 100. It doesn't make a difference. It's the same game. It's ridiculous. It's garbage.
Starts bleeding into the rest of the design. The game is so complex, well, now they're going to over-explain. Then they notice that they're over-explaining, so now they simplify. They remove features, they remove texture, they make it easier to swallow. In that process, the game starts to lose its feeling of discovery. It starts to lose its feeling of a video game. It starts to lose the sense of exploration and achievement that you only get from earning your understanding,
like an Elden
which
Ring.
is the whole reason that we play a lot of these games.
Got hit.
Beyond that, the final point that I'm going to make, if you guys really want to know why indie is winning, and yes, I know that I harp on this point a lot, the biggest deciding factor here is price. And I don't just mean that indie games are cheaper so people buy them.
I think, honestly, people would buy full-price video games. Like, they'd buy $70 games if they were as good as Baldur's Gate 3, Expedition 33, or Elden Ring. I think the real problem is that the games aren't worth the money, and on top of that, they're not very good.
I mean, price changes the shape of success here.
It's designed
It
by
makes the
committee.
difference between basically all of these games. It
They're
makes
too
these
big to
games way
succeed.
easier to try, way easier to recommend, way easier to go viral, and it's how you end up with indie outpacing AAA at nearly 3 times the growth. Like, do the math. If you bought every indie hit in 2025, you'd be looking at around $300. If you bought every AAA release, you'd be north of $1,600. That is a huge gap. That is the difference between, sure, I'll grab it, and I need to be convinced that I'm not going to waste my money.
And also, indies go on sale more often, on average, obviously.
More room for players to say yes with indie games than there is with AAA, and it's not even close. Indie games are simply just better pretty much across the board. Indie games are being made by people who still have their incentives that are lining up with the players. They respect your time, they feel fun immediately, they make something that people actually want to play, while AAA is sitting around making games for everybody else except the player. These games are just better. in every single way.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like, anytime that I see, like, there's a lot of things in video games that, like, if I see them, I automatically assume the game is garbage. Like in cinematics, for example. Like, because this is what I find to be so weird, is that a lot of these video games are made, and it's almost like they don't want to serve what their target audience is. And that's so weird to me. Why would you want to do that? Indie devs are the real gamers. They are. Like, if I see a game with body type 1 or 2, I mean, to be fair, that's mostly publishers that do that, like with Elden Ring, for example. But, like, if I see that, nobody wants to see body type 1 and 2. Nobody wants to see that. That's weird. Like, there's no body type 1 and 2. It's just male and female. So why would you ever add that in? Why would you ever put that in the game? It's to appease weirdos. And in my opinion is that if you do that on a small level, that is a mining canary for it to be on a bigger level as well.
Whether it's affordability, whether it's creativity, whether it's even the way they look in some cases. I mean, look at some of these games visually. You can take a screenshot and almost know exactly where some of these games are coming from. But with a lot of these modern AAA games,
it's all the same.
They all look the same.
Yeah.
They're spending millions of dollars chasing the exact same aesthetic because none of these guys understand where success is coming from. It reminds me of this video that I saw where some guy green screened my apartment's background into his video. Flattering, weird.
Yes.
But it's definitely, you're going down the wrong way.
I've had that.
I'm gonna tell you that
times.
right now. I just want people to appreciate how much this industry is flipped.
Yeah.
Like, it's completely transformed at this point. Nearly everybody I know, outside of people that play Nintendo games, are skeptical of every single AAA release, but are over the moon for a $20 indie game that's coming from somebody that's a nobody, that's coming from nowhere. But to be honest with you, that nobody from nowhere is a lot closer to you and I than a C-suite executive that's trying to slap another character with a Killmonger haircut because they believe that it's better for audience demographics.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, nobody wants that. Nobody needs to see that at all.
When did you guys start waiting for AAA releases instead of counting them down? You know, back in the day, 10, 15 years ago, people were waiting outside in the blistering cold, in the smoldering heat.
Halo 2.
They were already
Say
sold
Halo
on
2.
these games years before they ever released.
Yep.
Now, everybody waits. I was back there when the ancient texts were first written for the Wrath of the Lich King launch, for Grand Theft Auto 5,
So was
for
I.
Halo 3 even further back
Yes,
than that.
2007.
I feel like I'm fading right now.
Yep.
You know, part
It's
of that
beautiful.
is digital downloads. That's the reason why people didn't show up for them anymore. But the other part, nothing's stopping people from playing some of these games and waiting up until midnight until they launch, but that doesn't really happen. We stopped.
I feel like I still kind of do that every once in a while, right? Like, I've done that for video games where I'm waiting for them to come out. Absolutely, I would.
Waiting. We stopped showing up.
Yeah.
You know, if this year plays out like last year did, we're going to see a lot more than 3 times the growth.
Yeah.
These guys are going to surrender more and more of this industry at an ever-increasing rate, and it's ultimately going to end up in more layoffs, more studio closures, and to be honest with you, while there's going to be a lot of people, at least in games media, that are going to be mourning that, I'm going to be celebrating the better games.
Thank God. Same.
Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with
Completely
your
agree.
friends. Follow me on social
Totally
media. Follow
agree.
me on Twitter. Follow me on Twitch. And I will catch you guys in the next one. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. I'm going to bed. Peace.
Easy. Easy. I totally fucking agree, by the way. I absolutely, completely, 100% agree. I'm waiting for TES and GTA. Yeah, no, there's the video right there. Give it a like. I mean, Legendary Drops videos I think are amazing, and I totally support them. So, indie games recently have been popping off. And I mean, like, really, really, really popping off. Like, they've been doing extremely well. I'm actually even kind of shocked at how well a lot of these indie games are doing. And why are indie games performing so well? I will tell you why. It's because they are actually video games. Like, if I go right now and I look at SteamDB, how many of these video games are indie games? Banana is unfortunately an indie game. And I think Repo is an indie game. And it looks like Megabonk is no longer on the list, but Megabonk was also an indie game, and so was Ball Pit very recently. Give me 1 second. I've got to use the bathroom, and then we're going to watch the video, okay? So, yeah, it's been crazy. Why don't you take the mic with you? Because I have to pre-watch the entire video while I'm gone, so I know how to react to it in the most optimal way. That's clearly what's going on.
In the last few weeks, 6 indie games have been released.
I love this game, by the way. This is, like, I've been playing this game a lot off stream. This game is so good.
Made by teams of 5 people or less, and combined they've sold over 8
this is
million
RV area.
copies. While studios with
play
hundreds of developers, hundreds of millions in the bank are shutting down, these absolute lunatics are winning, and it's not even close. 2025 has proved something. When you make something genuinely new, genuinely weird, genuinely passionate, we notice. 6 games, all completely unique, all from tiny teams willing to try something no one else would, and they're being rewarded for it, because innovation beats budget, risk beats formula, fun beats focus groups.
Well, look at Napoleon Dynamite, for example. I mean, think about how successful that movie was, and that shit was filmed with a budget of, like, I'd say like $16, right? I mean, that's it. A lot of video games, you don't really need to do a whole lot of crazy stuff. All you really need to do is just make something that's fun to play, and you don't need $1 billion for that.
Gaming isn't broken, it's just happening somewhere else right now. And this year, it's undeniable. Indie games are winning, so let's break down these 6 games and why they matter. Let's start with the most ridiculous one, RV There Yet. It's a co-op game where up to 4 players try to drive a falling apart RV out of a deadly valley. Kind of like Overcooked meets off-roading, you're steering, repairing,
I really feel like this is the one thing as a streamer that I don't do. I never play video games with other people. I feel like if I did that, the last time that I did that was whenever me, McConnell, and Grayson played Dark and Darker, when Dark and Darker first came out, and people loved it. I gotta do that again.
The vehicle up cliffs while everything explodes around you. It's physics-based chaos.
That was a good day.
5 people made this, veterans from Coffee Stain, the Goat Simulator studio, but still 5 people, and they built the game in 3 months. Started as a game jam prototype, they liked it, fleshed it out.
You're telling me they cooked this thing up in 3 months? And you got, oh man, come on.
3 months from concept to release. It cost just £6, sold 1.3 million copies, hit 100,000 concurrent players on Steam in its first weekend, and for context, that's incredible. More than most AAA games see at launch. And here's why it worked. They embraced the jank, the RVs.
It's because the game's good, and yeah, you're right. A lot of friction inside of video games, like developers that are good know how to create good friction. Developers that are bad create bad friction. It's pretty simple.
Funky controls, the physics glitches that send you flying. It's not a bug, it's a feature. They knew it, shipped it anyway because the chaos was the point. Speed, madness, fun over perfection, and it paid off. These guys are laughing all the way to the bank right now. Then there's Clover
Honestly, like watching this does make me want to play the game.
Now warning, because this one is addictive. Don't say I didn't tell you.
So beat this game solo.
It's a roguelike where you're trapped in a cell with a demonic slot machine. You spin to earn coins to pay off your debt each round, or you literally fall into a pit. It's part luck.
Why can't we do this in real life?
Luck, part strategy, you're manipulating reels, triggering combos.
So this is like Balatro, but you die?
Charms to bend the odds, trying to snowball into a lucky run before you go bankrupt. 2 people made this game, 2 Italian dudes from Panic Arcade. That's it. It cost just £8.50, sold 100,000 copies in the first 24 hours, hit
100,000 in a day? That's incredible. Wow.
500,000 sales in just 8 days.
Holy
Currently sitting
shit.
at over 750,000.
I've never even heard of this
sold
game.
with a 90% positive rating on Steam.
See, I really got to get my head to the ground and be listening to these games, man. Because, like, I feel like I'm so far behind the ball in terms of playing a lot of these newer, cool games. I am so bad at this right now. I need to do a better job.
Takes slot machine mechanics and turns them into pure gameplay dopamine. No microtransactions, no real money, just the addiction of watching combos pop off and your numbers go up. They made gambling fun instead of predatory, and we noticed. And a personal favorite of mine, Bull X Pit. This one's
this is my favorite, bro. I love this game so much.
properly mental. It's a roguelike that mashes together Breakout, Vampire Survivors, city building, and probably even more inspirations I've missed. You're batting magic balls up into hordes of enemies like a brick breaker. The balls ricochet and destroy things. You collect loot and power-ups, and then by the end of the run, the screen's filled with a ton of bouncing balls, obliterating everything. Between runs, you
I remember whenever this game was like popular in like 1996, the version of this game back then. I liked that game back then too, because you could get the ball and you could knock it up and then it would go bing, 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 and I was like, oh, I would feel so good.
Switch into building a little city that
Felt
unlocks
so good.
permanent upgrades. It's multiple genres, one game, outrageously addictive, easy to pick up, satisfying to master, unique, addictive, fun. And it was made
Incredible
by only
game.
one person, Kenny Sun.
Who the fuck did this? One guy?
A solo developer, cost $12.99, sold 400,000 copies in its first week.
Should be
hit
more.
Overwhelmingly positive reviews on Steam almost immediately. Here's why it works. Kenny threw multiple genres together with zero compromises. Stupid chaos that somehow just makes sense. Most studios would have workshopped this to death.
I think actually there's a little bit more reason than madness here. I actually think that the way this game is balanced and the way the city building and the way the character design is made is actually extremely thoughtful and very good. It's extremely fucking good.
Is it a roguelike? Is it a city builder? Pick one. He didn't. He just made all of it. And the result is something you genuinely can't find anywhere else. Unique in the truest sense. Highly recommend. Escape from Ducks with guns. It's a top-down extraction shooter that just parodies Escape from Tarkov, a notoriously hardcore extraction shooter. You're literally a duck with a gun, scavenging loot, fighting hostile ducks and geese, trying to...
So, is this game really as good as people think it is?
Extract alive with your loot before time runs out. 5 people made this game. Team
5
Soda,
people.
a small internal studio at Bilibili, the Chinese publisher, gave them the marketing muscle, but the actual dev team is tiny. It's a case of indie spirit with marketing muscle, but the actual
is that the Chud? Oh, I thought that
dev
was the
team is
fucking Chud meme.
It's a case of indie spirit
It almost
with
is.
mid-tier backing. It cost just $16.99, sold 1 million copies in its first week. Currently
2
sitting
million?
at 3 million copies sold with 94%
Oh my God.
overwhelmingly positive reviews on Steam. It hit 300,000 peak concurrent players. And I'll be honest, this isn't really my kind of game, but here's what they did. They took
This game looks awesome to me. I think this is really cool.
Tarkov's hardcore extraction loop, tension, the depth, the loot systems, and made it PvE, solo friendly, kept everything that makes the genre interesting, removed the toxic PvP grief. Everyone assumed it would just be a meme. It looks like a meme, it smells like a meme, ducks with AKs, funny screenshots, move on. But it turns out it's a legitimately deep, polished shooter RPG that respects your time.
What
and
the
the players
fuck?
rewarded that massively. Slots and Daggers is a new fantasy roguelike where your dungeon battles play out on a slot machine. You're venturing through floors, fighting goblins and ogres, but instead of choosing attacks from a menu, you pull a slot lever. The symbols that line up dictate what happens. Swords mean you attack, potions heal you, shields block, critical hits, stuff like that. But there's strategy. You can hold certain reels, equip charms that bias outcomes, essentially deck build your slot machine before each run. It's inspired by D&D clearly, but filtered through casino mechanics. One person made this.
Yeah, this is really good too. This reminds me kind of like Uma Musume. Like, I remember playing that game and I was like, because before I played Uma, I would have never played a game like this, but now I think that I would be more I would be more willing to try it out.
A solo German developer, 6 months of development. It costs £4
Pretty
right now.
derby.
Only been out for 4 days. Already sold 50,000 copies with 94% positive reviews on Steam. He just made one weird thing really well. Intentionally crude art style, proper hand-drawn, small
Well, I
scope.
don't think it's crude. I mean, I actually think that this art style is very deliberate and well done. I think that every art style, like if you go with a PS1 art style, or like this is like a 2000s, you know, this is a video game that would run on Windows 2000 Professional, right? And it would be a great game. that's the kind of experience that I think a lot of people like. They enjoy those types of games. And so really it's not about the graphics, it's not about anything else, it's just about the gameplay. That's what matters more than anything, is the gameplay and the fluidity of the gameplay. And that's what AAA developers really lack right now, is that they just don't really have that ability to lock down a enjoyable, fun gameplay loop. That's the big weakness. And it seems like it's like, oh, the big problem with video games nowadays is the game part of the game. Yeah, that's it. It's more accessible. Yeah, and a lot of these other games too, another big factor with them is that they reward short, intensive play sessions. And I think that that's something that, you know, for example, Blaqksheep did very well. It's something that Vampire Survivors did very well. And I think that you're seeing like people move away from the longer engagement, you know, 40-minute, maybe 30-minute league games, and people want a 10-minute game. They want a 15-minute game or a 5-minute game that they can pause or move in and out of.
But polished, no chasing scale or endless content, just a tight replayable loop.
Back to basics,
something
yeah.
Genuinely new. I've got a feeling this one could blow up pretty soon. Another one I highly recommend checking out.
Maybe I'll try it out.
Megabonk, we covered this one already.
Yeah.
A solo developer, Vampire Survivors
One
in
guy.
3D, sold 1 million copies in 2 weeks. Currently estimated around 3 million copies.
This was a really good game. I hate to say it, I actually liked Ball Pit more. But that also comes as a bit of a boomer who really just loves arcade games. I really love arcade games. So, you know, Ball Pit was definitely for me, but I really like this game too.
Sold. It's
It was
the
amazing.
same pattern, tiny team, weird idea, massive success.
Yep.
So what do all of these have in common? Innovation, risk, fun first, sales second.
They were made with a combined budget of less than a meal for 2 people at Five Guys.
Vision from people who clearly love games. While 26% of European game professionals were laid off in the past year, with over 10% of them still looking for work and 13% of them leaving the industry entirely, these tiny teams were just building something genuine.
Another thing too is that a lot of these video game, like these guys that are really good at coding, some of them might have skills that are unique to the video game industry, but some of them have skills that I think can be translated to other industries. So like, where do you think you're going to get paid better? Are you going to get paid better at, you know, one of these like new drone defense companies like Anduril or something like that, or Palantir? Or are you going to get paid better at Blizzard? Jeez, guys. Ooh. Yeah, you've got fintech. Yeah, well, that's another one too. Yeah, financial technology, exactly. Yeah.
New. The craziest part of all of this, you can buy all 6 of these games for less than one AAA release at 60 quid. 6 completely unique experiences, hundreds of hours of gameplay, all innovative, all made by people who took genuine risk because they love video games. And most of these games had more daily players than Bloodlines 2.
That was a flopperooski, wasn't it?
Game, a game that peaked at 27,000 concurrent players on Steam for a fraction of the price and a fraction of the development time. The pattern's clear, small teams moving fast, building what they actually want to play.
Well, it's what I've been saying before, right? Where a lot of these video games become too big to succeed. The machine becomes so big and so bureaucratic that it becomes oppressive and actually a barrier to creativity and to productivity. And I think that you see this happen in all kinds of industries, where small teams that are efficient can be more agile and function like a Viking longboat. I feel like a lot of Viking longboats probably didn't crash and hit icebergs and fucking everybody dies, right? I'm sure it happened, but not like the Titanic. You know, it's much easier to turn one of those than it is a Titanic. And I think that's what happens, is that you have these really big games that are in development for 7 or 10 years, and big surprise, by the time this game comes out, the entire industry has changed. And I think that really small teams are able to look at a trend, immediately see what the customers want, react to it, create a gameplay loop, and then put it out there. I think that also there's a lot of video games now that have so many additional and extra things attached to them. So like a really good example of this, and this is like a criticism that I have, is like Digimon has like a card game that's built into it. I think it's kind of like Gwent, that's what I would assume. There is no reason for that to be in the game. There a lot of these like weird features that video games have that are like these like secondary game functions. Really, I hate the card game. I don't even know what it is. I never even played them. LOL people like those. I don't really think that they matter. Really, I don't like mini games inside of video games. I think are way overdone right now. They are tremendously overdone, and like meta level progression, mini game progression, stuff like that, I think is totally fucking overdone. And there's just so much of it now that it's exhausting.
He's diluting the vision. No focus groups, removing
like, the
weird
reason why, for example, it works for a game like Ball Pit is that it's basically it's your upgrade function, the same as you had in Hades, right? For example, so it's okay, and it's also very, very fast. You place your buildings, then you shoot the guys out, and then you're done, and you do another mission, right? It's not this long, involved process. Yakuza says otherwise. Well, Yakuza has its own, like, I mean, so does Mario Party, right? But, like, it's a different genre of type of game. But, and I think also it's known for that type of stuff. It's like WarioWare, for example. But I think that in general, a lot of these video games that try to be like an everything game, I think that they just end up exhausting players.
It's just, here's an idea, let's make it.
This game from you made an MMO. Yeah, I played an MMO a lot.
Properly
That's how
working.
I know.
2025
feels like
has
video game
truly
bloat.
proved
Yeah.
something. Innovation beats budget, passion beats polish, fun beats everything.
Yeah,
Gaming
fun. Yeah, fun and just gameplay. Gameplay matters more than anything, right? But the Digimon game is fun. Plus, it has sprites from the original VPET toys. Yeah, I just think it's just bloat. It doesn't matter, and it's just more bullshit that I don't care about. Like, I get some people might care about it. They might like it. I don't. I think it's a waste of space. It's a waste of time, and then there's no reason to have it. That's where I'm at. That's what I think.
and broken is just happening somewhere else right now.
Yep.
In basements, spare bedrooms, small studios who still remember why they got into this industry in the first place. That's where all the innovation is happening right now. And if you can't see it by now, then you need to get your eyes checked. As always, thanks so much for watching. Appreciate you. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to give it a
really
like,
good
drop
video.
a comment, and subscribe to the channel. There's plenty more where this came from. Thanks again. I'll see you in the next one.
W video. Absolutely. Give me a second. Wait a second. Sorry. Another video. Anyway, my point is that I really, really like this. I totally agree with it. Have you beaten the Moon Boss? I have not. Clover Pit is fire, by the way. Maybe I should try it out. Here's the thing. Mouthwashing was also very good storytelling. Indie devs are just better at that. Well, are also better at that? Well, I think that, I mean, you can have great storytelling at a AAA level, like, for example, Expedition 33. Like, you can have that. It's just that in many of these games, it just simply is not there. Give the video a like. I think this is really good. From Veteran Joystick. And I saw it recommended to me, and I wanted to try it out myself. So this duck game is actually pretty popular. I'll watch this. I'm not going to watch it today, but I'll watch it maybe tomorrow or something. I've never seen one of his videos before. He only has 25,000 subs. So I'll have to try it out and see what happens. And indie devs don't have the restrictions on storytelling or interceptors. Well, I think also that here's another really big reason why indie devs are successful. The reason why is because indie development, you're telling a story and there's only like 3 or 2 people that are involved in writing the story. Whereas whenever you're telling the story for maybe Assassin's Creed Shadows, you had 30, 40, 50 people that are involved in one way or another with the narrative design. And so whenever you have such a large team spread out, the message of a story gets diluted. And I think that unless you have like one guy that's at the helm that's directing this, like for example, the way the Kojima, right, is he's the guy that's directing the way the story is going to go, then you're going to have a problem with making things like that happen. Yeah, also you have HR. Yeah, sure. And you have 30 people telling them how to change it. Yeah, it's like, it's very hard to design something that is a, like a creative passion by consensus, especially not by corporate consensus. And I think that's the big weakness that a lot of these games have, is that they're just they're designed by consensus. That's it. Have you seen Ben Shapiro crashing out in the Megyn Kelly show? No, I haven't. I'll look at that in a minute. But yeah, designed by HR. Well, it's approved by HR. It's not designed by HR, but it's approved. Expedition 33 studio wasn't AAA size. Yeah, I think they had like 30-something developers, right? So it was actually extremely small. and everyone being on board for the creation journey. Yeah, and also whenever you have 5 people that you're working with, it's much harder for things to be lost in translation because there are a few people that are translating. So now, whenever you have all these people constantly talking and doing all this stuff, it's hard to really have a consistent, universal message. And I think that's the big difference, too. It does. This looks just like the Starforge website. Like, what the fuck?
We have been reporting about the spiking cost of RAM prices since October. Essentially, AI data centers have such a demand for memory that the prices of SSDs, DRAM, and HDDs are all ballooning in price. This is most keenly felt in the discrete PC RAM market. Corsair, one of the most popular brands for fast gaming-ready RAM sticks, told Gizmodo over email, our DRAM prices have increased in response to the severe supply shortage we're seeing across the industry. And it just keeps getting worse. A pack of 64GB DDR5 RAM from memory brand Crucial spiked from $150 to more than $400 in just 2 months as
Wow. That's insane. I didn't know it was that big.
Evidenced by Amazon's price tracking.
I mean, I haven't bought anything like a new computer thing at all. Like, is this true? I'm assuming this is true, right?
Site Camel. Other low-end RAM sticks may see less of a bump, but users will inevitably find that the more RAM they want, the more it's going to cost. 4 sticks of 16GB DDR5 RAM from Corsair now sells for an astronomical $688.
What the fuck? Because, like, before, this is the way it always used to be. It was GPU, CPU, RAM, and then maybe motherboard and power supply underneath of that in terms of like cost for a computer. Holy shit.
The same sticks in white demand $948, and they're not even the priciest RAM available. Guys, I want you to know that this is nothing like the crypto boom that we saw just a few years ago, where GPU prices were driven by a hype cycle that eventually died. AI is far more of a tangible technology. It is going to keep expanding.
Yeah, it's totally different than crypto.
It's going to keep improving, and it's going to keep getting massive support from governments and corporations worldwide. Yes, there is a bubble forming, something similar to the .com era, where only a few players are actually going to end up owning the market.
That's probably true.
Even when that burst happens, the winners are just going to buy up the losers' data centers, and they're just going to continue to grow. Even if
that's actually a really good point that he's bringing up, is that like whenever there is a consolidation of companies and consolidation of businesses, like what happened after the .com boost or boom, is that you're probably not going to have a reduction in data centers. You're not going to have a reduction in you know, like the amount of resources. There's just going to be a reduction of names, the different names on those resources. What about monopoly laws? Well, I don't know, man. Why don't you ask Apple?
Expansion slows, that's still not going to fix anything for us. Keep in mind, after the crypto crash, GPU prices never really went back to normal, so hardware prices...
They went down, but he's right that they didn't go back to normal. This is one of the nastiest fucking things that companies do, and they did this with, like, McDonald's did this, is that, like, they took the COVID pricing, and then they made that the new normal.
Might come down eventually, sure, but they're never going to go back to what we used to pay.
Yeah.
And this is not something that's just going to be limited.
They go up 100%, and then they go down, you know, like, let's just assume that all the numbers are the same, like 85%. So you're still paying, theoretically, 15% more.
To memory or GPUs, it's going to stretch across every piece of computer hardware, gaming PCs, handhelds, consoles, phones, everything. It makes getting into the hobby, upgrading your setup, or even just replacing something that breaks insanely expensive for everyday people. And I think that's exactly what these companies want right now. They want to squeeze customers harder than they ever have while raking in all of this investment and government backing, all to feed these business-to-business sales while the rest of us are going to deal with the fallout. At this rate, the hardware market is going to become completely inaccessible for most people.
I think this is true in the immediate sense. I feel like if it doesn't change in like 2 years, you are going to say you're either going to have new players come into the space that offer something that's better, or you're going to see a technology change where it's more accessible. Like, just realistically, like, you can't leave a unanswered market for too long, because if you do, you're going to have other people come in and answer it for you.
People talk about how the Steam machine needed to be 500.
So guys, all you have to do is just not play video games for 2 years. Okay, that's it.
Or maybe $700 at most, and these guys do not know how fast these prices are moving right now. The costs have ballooned so much that I could easily see. Now, I know some people are going to say, well, that's not going to work. Nobody's going to buy hardware at the...
I think that they will. I think that people don't understand how big of a wealth gap and how big of an equality gap we have in the country. The top 10% of income in America is like $150,000 a year or something like that. It's a ridiculous amount of money. People think that it's still like 2008. No, like, it's like everybody else. It's kind of like, let's say you're playing an MMO and like 30% of the population bought the expansion to Burning Crusade, and you're sitting there and you're still in Classic. Well, what do you mean you guys have armor penetration? What? You can get that? Oh, wow.
These prices, and honestly, I think that's exactly what some of these companies are counting on. Nearly every major publisher in the gaming industry has gone all in on AI. EA just announced their partnership with Stability AI.
Yep.
Ubisoft has come back from their little media silence with some new AI deals and a push for AI teammates to replace making act.
It says AI teammates will make gaming more engaging and accessible. And again, I love Dragon's Dogma. This idea isn't bad. The implementation of it is sometimes bad.
Actual friends, which is incredibly bleak, but the clearest example here is Microsoft.
I know somebody who she talks to ChatGPT on a regular basis.
Look at that shit. Who does this?
They have poured billions of dollars into OpenAI and Anthropic, and they've committed another $80 billion to AI-enabled data centers. They are directly feeding into the same expansion that is driving hardware costs through the roof, the same expansion that they blamed on tariffs. It is a mutually beneficial relationship for them, not for us. Guys, this is the oldest trick in the corporate playbook.
Well, this is the same reason companies are like, oh yeah, things are so hard with COVID, so we have to make things more expensive. Okay, well, COVID's over. Are you going to make them less expensive? Oh, man, things are so hard with tariffs. We're going to have to keep things being so expensive.
Create a problem and then sell the solution. If people can't afford gaming hardware anymore, well, that becomes the perfect opening to be able to push cloud gaming, where you don't need to have a console or a PC, just a screen and a subscription. I talked about this in my video. This is the last warning, where I argued that Microsoft was pushing prices higher on purpose to be able to funnel players into cloud services where they already have been testing ads inside of their games.
Absolutely. You will own nothing and you will be fucking furious about it.
You're fucking out of your mind.
D, you're crazy to think that. You're crazy to think that this is all connected. Guys, I do not think you understand how big the gaming industry actually is.
It's larger than the movie. Oh, he's probably going to say the same.
The U.S. entertainment sector is the largest in the world, and gaming alone is 3 times. It makes 3 times as much as film and music combined. It's still young. It's still easy to manipulate, and there is a lot of money on the table.
We haven't even gotten to hyper-realistic AI cat girls. That's the big one. And we're not even there yet.
Anybody that can wedge themselves in that ecosystem, especially if they can figure out how to force ads into whatever they want, whether we like it or not.
Yep.
So when I see this, I do not see a bunch of different trends happening all over the place.
You're going to get ads on your car whenever we're old. Not even old. Whenever we're 50, we're going to be having ads inside of our car.
One big pattern. And I'm not saying that, oh, it's gaming that's helping to push this entire AI situation. No, it just so happens that, well, it's just falling in the perfect spot for these companies to be able to take advantage of it. And of course, they're going to be taking advantage of it. That's exactly what they're doing right now. It's where coincidence and opportunity have collided for these guys. And it just so happens that your money your hobby and your enjoyment are caught in the middle of it. Ironically, this is happening at the worst possible time for us because the console wars are effectively dead. Exclusivity is largely gone at this point outside
Thank God.
of Nintendo.
Yeah,
and
fucking Nintendo.
These guys don't care about pushing their games to be able to make profit. They're trying to profit off of their services and off of their hardware now.
That's actually a really good point, too. I don't know if they're going to profit after the hardware. I'm not sure if I'd agree with that. But I think that the using services and service fees, that is going to be the new way that companies make money. And I think that the best use case of that and like the, you know, the I guess like the frame of reference they use is Valve and how much money they've made with exchange fees, transaction fees with CSGO. So you have all these people that are able to make tons of money on like these, you know, fractional microtransaction costs that just kind of, it's like, you know, like how do ants eat something that's really big? Well, they eat it one little bit at a time, right? But eventually it's gone. And that's what they do.
All the stars are aligning in the wrong way for us at this moment. There is so much money hatting going on in AI right now. It's just absolutely crazy. Every single one of these companies has their hand in each other's pockets. If you see where some of this money goes, you see one company gives it to another, that company gives it to another, and then it goes straight back to the source. They're just circling all.
Well, like, I mean, yeah, it doesn't like, it's like Meta or like, I have a friend, he's like an engineer at Meta, like we went to high school together, and we were talking about this. It's like basically a human centipede. It is. And it's like, oh, numbers going up, numbers going up, numbers going up. Yeah, well, they're paying each other.
All this wealth while squeezing us as hard as they possibly
Enron? No, he was even telling me, he's like, yeah, they came out and they said they're not Enron. And it's like, okay.
Can try to make as much money off of us as they possibly can and force us into poverty is what it feels like. Probably actually exactly.
That's working. That's working very well.
I mean,
it's extremely
NVIDIA
effective.
and Microsoft are the biggest perpetrators here, and both of these guys have cloud gaming services.
Of course.
They have no problem with hardware prices spiking and people.
Because it all leads into their business model. It fulfills their business model and it accelerates their business model for hardware prices to be basically unapproachable.
Not being able to get into higher end hardware. That sounds great to these guys.
Yeah.
And they're going to continue to expand. They're going to continue to invest. And they're doing that off of the back of investments that they're getting from private and public investors and also from the government.
Yeah, exactly. We're paying them to price us out of our own hobbies. We're paying them so they can scrape our data, sell it back to us in a censored way that reinforces their own fucking control. And we're supposed to be happy.
It's insane. These guys effectively have
I'm done
price
doing it.
control
No, you're
over
not.
the hardware industry.
No, you're not.
Because, well, they can
You're
just
not
order
done.
them out of stock.
It's only
well, right now
started.
this is limited to higher end hardware. It's going to trickle down to lower end hardware. I've
will.
seen some people talk about, well, I'll just buy DDR4. It's cheaper. You're not the only one thinking that.
Yeah. Oh wow! Instead of 5, I'm gonna get 4. Oh my God! This guy's so smart.
And because this
Jesus.
scarcity is largely inauthentic and inorganic and is being controlled, well, that means that they're just going to affect those markets regardless. The same thing goes for console markets as well. They can use the exact same excuse. No, well, because the data center expansion, sorry, the GPUs or the RAM or whatever else is too expensive for this console, it's going to have to be more expensive. They're going to push it there too. And the reason why is because these guys do not need hardware to be able to make money off you anymore. It's not necessary for them. They can farm.
And that's a good thing too, by the way. It's a good thing that, I mean, cloud gaming is going to make technology more accessible to everybody. It will be an improvement and it will be better for everybody. But the problem is that the approach to getting there is very unpleasant and painful. That's it.
The people who can afford it, and then they can push those who can't into subscription services and cloud services where they can feed you ads or you pay a monthly sub.
For what costs? Well, I think that, again, like you guys, this is really important to keep in mind, right? Is that for a lot of us here, we are 1%. We are 1% in regards to a lot of you guys make a lot of money. You know, I generally have an older audience. This is a tech and computer, you know, video game based channel. So you have a lot of people that are like involved in, you know, that kind of stuff. A lot of people make money, right? And I, you know, a lot of people. Like every time if I go to an event, the people that own the business probably fucking know me. And so that's it. I have a digital empire. There you go. And so I'm not saying everybody, but I'm saying that I have a very high ratio of those people. So what my point is that obviously for us, the ability to invest in, and also like a lot of you guys, like we play video games a lot, right? Let's say, and we're older. So you have more resources generally. This is generally, I'm saying generally, not everybody, generally, okay? Relax. So because of that, you might still want to be an enthusiast. You might still want to invest in the highest hardware and do all this stuff yourself. But what I'm saying is that for an average person, for a lower income person, that person will be able to access higher quality technology at a lower cost with cloud gaming in probably, I would say, 10 years. And I think less than that.
Doesn't that just sound lovely? Now, I'm sure it sounds great to these guys. I'm sure they're all in on this idea. And if I was in one of those rooms, it would probably sound pretty good to me. But this entire thing is incredibly risky for them to do. Not because anybody's actually going to come in and try to interrupt it. That's not going to happen, at least not for a while. But they're under the assumption...
they're not going to be able to, because all of the companies inside of the ecosystem are already kind of inside the same game. And a lot of companies also, these big companies push for regulations that pull the ladder up and make getting into a market very hard to do. So it's not like somebody can just start going in and selling RAM, let's say, for example, because there's probably like 7,000 regulations for it that are created by these big companies in order for them to maintain their monopoly.
That customers are going to continue to chase them wherever they go. We're chasing the highest end hardware, the highest end games, but that's not necessarily what's been happening. See, the question they need to be asking themselves is what happens when players go in a different direction entirely? Because that's exactly what's happening right now.
Yeah, I think so.
Not to interrupt the flow of this video, but man, it really sucks that we even have to be talking about any of this. We should be celebrating what this industry is capable of, especially with the Game Awards right around the corner. I've been eyeing a second playthrough of Expedition 33, and every time I think about that game, how confidently it ignored all of the noise, how it cuts through everything, all of this industry's nonsense. It reminds me of how things could be, how things should be, and it also reminds me of how disgusting these executives are who want to drag this hobby into the mud for profit. I genuinely believe that these major hardware and software companies think raising the price floor is going to guarantee them victory. If people can't afford new hardware, they're just going to default to cloud or whatever subscription.
They will. I think that's what will happen. I do. I think actually that is what will happen. Like, I know people say, like, oh, I won't do that. I think that's what will happen.
Service pipeline that they want to shove us into, and once players are trapped in those ecosystems, well, then these companies have full control. They can raise the prices, they can tier their access, they can lock features behind a monthly fee, they can do
they're gonna Netflix you, right? They're gonna get you in Netflix in 2008. Oh my God, everybody had it, right? Like we all had Netflix back then, or our parents had it. And then slowly over time, the enshittification of the product happens. And I think that's where things are going to go with something like cloud gaming. I think at the beginning it's going to be great, and then I think that you're going to have artificial, like let's say latency increases, right? Like if you want a fiber optic connection or like a higher, like precision, like machine or connection, you're going to have to pay more money. And then if you want certain games, you're gonna have to pay more money. And then suddenly you're getting piecemealed and dissected until you're paying like $50 a month, right? And this is what happened with Game Pass, is that Microsoft invested a tremendous amount of money into making Game Pass a really great deal and a tremendous value. It was a great deal and a tremendous value. I think it was. I've had Game Pass, I think it's amazing. But here's what happens, is that after you establish that market, after you control the market, now you can raise the price and you don't have as many competitors in the space that are really going to, like, you're going to lose business to. You can just do that. And that's what happens.
Whatever they want. They can even slide ads in with almost no friction. That is the future that these AAA publishers want.
Yep.
Now, the problem for them is that I don't think this plan is actually going to work in the real world. It's built on the assumption that everybody needs the highest end experience, that we are all desperate for cutting-edge AAA titles and will follow the industry wherever it tries to push us, but that ignores the biggest risk in their entire strategy, one that is already happening right now. What if people don't buy in? What if players stop chasing high-end entirely? What if they split into a different direction, a shift that ends up starving AAA while fueling the rise of studios who can thrive without expensive hardware?
I do think...
Now I'm going to give you guys two business terms.
I do think this will happen. Also, as well, is that, and you're already seeing this happen, where smaller indie studios are able to bring out video games at a infinitely lower price point. Well, not infinitely lower, but like, you know, $10 versus $70 price point. And I think they've been able to capture a huge market of people.
Demand destruction and market bifurcation. Demand destruction is when prices stay so high for so long that people just stop buying a product altogether. Market bifurcation is when a market splits into two groups that behave completely differently. The haves and have-nots in this case, if you will. And we're seeing both of these happen in the gaming industry right now, even if the shift has been relatively slow. Just take a look at Steam's latest hardware survey. NVIDIA's brand new 50 series GPUs, they're not even in the top 10. They're not even in the top 15. The 5070 sits at number 16. The 5060 is 22nd. And all their other high-end cards, they might as well not even exist at all. The top 5 are dominated by lower-end 30 and 40 series cards.
Well, I mean, it makes perfect sense. Like, I mean, these higher-end cards are really expensive. I mean, they are. They're really expensive. Like, an average person doesn't have $1,000 to spend on a graphics card. I mean, really, like, that's insane.
GTX 1650.
Like, look at this. Like, I mean, yeah, and a 3060, I think, yeah, you can run a lot of things with a 3060. Especially with DLSS. I know people don't like it, but I think people probably like DLSS more than spending $2,000, especially whenever they don't have $2,000.
6-year-old GPU is still holding strong.
So it is.
People are not upgrading, and when they do, they're choosing the cheapest, most sensible option they can, either because of the cost or because they don't see any reason to chase higher-end hardware anymore. I think that this industry has completely misread this. I think that they're looking at these numbers and assuming that people want the highest-end hardware but simply can't afford it.
Yep.
But that doesn't really track with reality.
Well, I think it is true that people can't afford it, but the thing is that affordability is always a spectrum. Like, the reality is that for, like, a 3060 is going to be able to run, like, 90% of games, right? 95% of games. And so are you really going to make a very large purchasing decision for being able to play a handful of video games with a different water texture? There's a huge diminishing returns there. Huge. And, like, for maybe a guy that's a computer enthusiast or something like that, yeah, they're going to do that. But for most other people, they're not. 3060 can run Megabonk at 8K. I believe that. I do. I believe that. I want to say that I did rendering for my PC, my streaming PC. That's the one that's behind me. One of those. I have a fucking computer graveyard over there. But the blue one, the one I had, it had a 2080 Ti. And I had that computer from like 2020 or 2021 up until like 3 weeks ago. Not a single problem.
Switch 2 broke
US. No, it was blue. That way the temperature of the computer would stay low. You can get a red computer, and that one goes really fast, but it can overheat because it's red. Or you can get a blue computer, and that one doesn't go as fast, but it doesn't overheat.
Console sales records by selling over 2.4 million units in only 3 months. And nobody believes that that's cutting-edge hardware. People bought it because they wanted the games, not the specs.
That's how it is.
And beyond that, these companies are operating under the idea that players want to upgrade just to be able to play the latest AAA releases. But why would anybody want to do that anymore? Why would we want to spend thousands of dollars on a new rig or a console when these games come out broken day one? Borderlands 4 is still a performance nightmare with the developers issuing apology after apology. Monster Hunter...
There's no excuse. There's no excuse for it to be bad. Expedition 33 was made with Unreal 5. Monster Hunter was total garbage. The original Dragon's Dogma wasn't like this. You have Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Like, you know what I wish Jeff Keighley would do? I wish that he would make a category for video games for optimization or making a game accessible for like lower end systems. I feel like it would be kind of like more of a tech award, but I think that companies like, you know, Warhorse, right, that made Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I really think they deserve a tremendous amount of acknowledgement for that. And you have now also Where Winds Meet. There's another one too. And, you know, maybe for the Shame Awards, we'll have to do the opposite, right? Like, is the winner going to be, geez, guys, is this going to be Borderlands 4 or Monster Hunter Wilds? Who's the biggest loser here?
Wilds tanked all of its momentum and its reputation because it couldn't run properly either. These are two of the biggest AAA releases this year, and both of them are defined by the same problems. There has been a sharp decline in sales across the board for AAA because people just aren't impressed anymore, and that's the part that these companies don't really seem to understand. Is that
the issue
when
also, the issue also is like a lot of these AAA games, they are making graphical enhancements, but the enhancements are so granular that, I mean, really, people can't really hardly see them. I mean, you're having, and I think that also graphical fidelity is overrated. Stylistic lighting is underrated. Two great games that emphasize this are three, actually. Wuthering Waves, that's the weakest example. My strongest example is Elden Ring. If you actually look at Godfrey, you look at Godric, you look at their character models, they look like shit. They look like absolute garbage. Like, the actual fidelity pixel count for a lot of the things in Elden Ring are very mediocre. But because of the lighting, colors, and shading in the game, it looks incredible. And the other one that's very new, that some people said in chat, Where Winds Meet. Incredible, amazing game. Awesome graphics, but the fidelity is very low. But it's made up for because of the lighting, the shading, and the style of the game.
Games don't justify the hardware. The hardware
Valheim?
stops selling.
Sure. Yeah,
when the
Valheim
hardware
too.
stops selling, the high-end market freezes, and AAA is going to be the first thing to suffocate.
Bring back style? Yeah.
What I think is happening right now, and it's only going to get worse for the AAA industry, is that with these rising hardware prices, especially if they bleed into the next generation of consoles, it's going to effectively put a stop to high-end gaming entirely. They are building a price wall that people cannot climb, and in doing so, they're going to...
I think that you're always going to have high-end gaming be popular, but I do think that the gaming, like high-end PC gaming, it is probably on a timer.
Destroy their own demand. Players do not trust AAA enough to be able to justify a $70.
I think it's like a 15-year, 20-year timer, but it's still a timer.
Or game, let alone a $1,000 console or a $4,000 PC upgrade. And if they're not buying the hardware or the games, well, why would we be interested in the services that are tied to them? What is the point of cloud gaming or subscriptions if the games on those services aren't worth our time? All that I think is actually going to happen is that this market is going to split. They're going to accidentally fuel the rise of AAA even further, which honestly is this industry in its purest form. Smaller teams, lower budgets, higher creativity, more original ideas, and no need to chase higher-end hardware. These games are targeting mid-range or even older systems by design. And when you look at what people are actually playing this year, Expedition 33, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Escape from Duckov, Mega Bonk, Ball.
I bet you can probably run, like, I bet a 2080 Ti could run Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 at approaching 60 FPS. Easily. I'm guessing. Yeah. There you go. That's insane. That's ridiculous.
And even Stellar Blade and Arc Raiders don't need a 5090 to run well.
Arc
People
Raiders isn't
can get
super
everything
in-depth.
they want without buying any
It's
of this
just very
high-end
good.
hardware at all. The funny thing is, when you zoom out on all this, there really is only two futures that are ahead of us right now. One is the one that the corporations want, and the one is the one, well, players are actually moving towards right now. The corporate one is
I
pretty...
actually do think that there will be a growing demand for cloud gaming. I do think so, and I think that cloud gaming for a casual player will actually be a solution that has a large, sizable audience, and I think that that audience over time will eclipse PC and also console gaming. I think that it will probably always be mobile gaming that will be the biggest one because everybody has a phone and it's a common denominator, but after that, you're probably going to have cloud gaming be the most popular of the three because of its accessibility and the lower price point that it's going to have.
Obvious expensive hardware that nobody can buy. Cloud gaming is the affordable alternative. Subscriptions stacked on top of subscriptions. Ads baked straight into the experience. A world where every part of gaming is metered, tracked, monetized, and controlled.
Oh boy.
That is the endpoint that these guys have been building.
Yeah, Hardware Labs, this is about to say NVIDIA.
It's for years. Because in that future, they own everything, we own nothing. But there's been another future that's been forming underneath their feet this entire time. And it's one that these guys just haven't planned for. It's a future built by AA studios and mid-tier teams that have been making incredible games that run on any hardware. Hardware that people actually own. A future where the most popular game doesn't require a $4,000 rig or a $1,000 console. A future where creativity outperforms fidelity, where studios that are willing to take a risk end up defining the industry more than the one.
Creativity has always outperformed fidelity, by the way. You want to know the best example of that? Minecraft.
That are burning $500
People just didn't realize
on another forgettable game.
Yep.
And I really think that this entire thing should terrify these AAA publishers. They should not be trying to lead into it. If these players stop upgrading, if they stop buying into high end, then AAA is the one that becomes an endangered species.
That's true.
The budget stop.
That's actually a very good point. Is that AAA gaming and its necessity, it does rely on continually increasing the quality of products.
I gotta go to work. I'll see you all later. I had to do stuff. Sorry about that, everyone.
Are the teams that never needed cutting-edge hardware to begin with, because at the end of the day,